Hey, what's up?
Hello.
Why?
Hello and welcome, ladies, gentlemen, and all those in between and beyond that binary of the internet. Welcome to Neon Lights Roleplay. More specifically, welcome to the Seven Sons, our 5e actual live play. Uh, that's what it is. Um,
Stream.
I'm
Actual
your,
play stream.
yeah, it's that thing. I will be your host for the duration of the stream. You can call me Foxxii, but before I tell you who I am, let's talk about the much more important individuals who are here. My five lovely, amazing players who are ready to go back into the sands of Zor'aa. And so, I would like you, in the order that I call you out, to tell me who you are, who you're playing today, and your question for the stream is: what's the one thing your character hates the most? And we'll start with our dear friend, Mako Sky, the caretaker.
Yeah, new overlay, different
I was
order.
gonna
I don't have to
say,
come up
the
with questions.
Wait,
overlay.
who did?
Oh no!
Ah, man, I hate you for this.
Yeah.
But hi, I'm Dan. I play Mako Sky, the Warforged rogue possessed suit of armor. And really, I hate a lot of things. Most of them,
Okay, Edgelord.
most of them just come
Hate
down
is
to
a
like
strong
I hate people
word.
being assholes,
He's fair.
and I don't know. I hate the dude who put me in this armor. That's something I hate.
Seems fair.
In fairness, kind of a
That's
dick
pretty
move on his
reasonable.
part, you know?
Yeah. Well, it goes back to what I was saying about I hate assholes.
Yeah, reasonable. Fair enough. Up
Assholes and
next,
dickheads of various natures.
assholes and dickheads of various nature are the enemy of Mako Sky. Moving up
Yeah.
next, let's
I
talk
will
about.
take your shit.
That's fair. Up next, let's talk to Mitstun Quaddle, the Order Keeper.
Hello, I'm Michelle. I'm playing Mitstone Quaddle, our Quaddle folk wizard. Mitz is a she/her today. Please respect those pronouns.
Pronouns should be respected, or you'll get bopped.
Yes, that. What does Mitz hate? Well, I guess I'm not sure if Mitz really hates a lot of things. There's a lot of things that definitely makes her mad.
Damn it.
Hate is a strong word.
I would have said perhaps before this whole journey, Mitz would have originally, I guess, said that she would hate when folks, or just when people in general, destroy artifacts without, I guess, a good reason. But
London Museum energy. I get it.
but at the same time, I guess, while that still is definitely something that she still hates, she kind of is starting to feel a bit more, how do I put it? She's starting to hate more the loss of autonomy and free will.
I see. Interesting to note. Up next, let us be introduced to Ploy, the Hunt Master.
Yeah, hey, I'm Lucian. I play our pair of lizards, one giant, one folk. And I mean, Ploy doesn't really hate a lot of stuff. He's mostly just like there,
Yeah, chill,
chilling.
Just vibing.
He's just vibing,
Just
you know.
fucking vibing.
Although I will say, he does have a pretty strong dislike for Kali.
You know, reasonable.
Fair
And
enough.
We all do.
that's about it.
Ain't nothing wrong with that. I could dig that. Next, coming around the bend, let us be introduced to Zanari, the storyteller.
Oh, hey, it's me, Sir Heckalot. You know.
We do know.
I'm playing Z, our College of Spirits bard, who's also Kalashtar. Something that Z hates, like, Mitz, Michelle was just touching on this, and what I've thought about during all of this is like she just hates the objectification of any type of people. Like she's been objectified during this campaign, during the whole like arc with I'm already forgetting his name because it doesn't matter. He's dead.
With that
Fuck
fucking
that asshole.
I'm kidding.
asshole.
Fucking, we hate that
The
guy.
most
We
asshole
all hate
Emir
him.
possible.
But
The
there's that.
shitty
But
one.
like, yeah. Also, like, just the objectification of like a group of people too, like Kali's objectification of the people she was trying to lead, or even just like people kind of lost to history, like the civilization that Z's trying to learn more about. Yeah, she just hates that when people just don't give a shit, I guess. That's and tweet.
And tweet. Thank you for coming on my tweet. Ted Scream.
Ted
And lastly,
Scream, I like that.
of course, but certainly not leastly, let's be introduced to Wolf, the God Killer.
Hey, I'm Tate Washburn. I'm playing the shifter beast barbarian wolf who's just trying to have the most werewolf boyfriend energy out there, which I had to define to someone the other day. It's like he is very excited to be involved with everything people around him are doing if he likes them, and is extremely protective of them at all times. That's it to me. That plus himbo, perfect werewolf boyfriend energy.
That
That's
is the
bit.
werewolf boyfriend mentality. It's a lifestyle.
That's what he's going for. Yeah, exactly. Or at least that's what I'm going for. He doesn't have a choice. He's just dumb and good. Anyways, yeah, the things that he really hates, like if you asked him casually, he'd have like a list of like, oh yeah, drying off with wet towels and like that sound that like chalkboards make, but actually, if you asked him seriously what he hates, he'd have a hard time like defining it. uh, all of them. But it would be people using power without prudence and responsibility. Like he's grown up with these druids that have a lot of it and understand how to balance things out. And despite the fact that they could level whole cities, they don't because there's prudence when you have that kind of power to throw around. It's very much you got, you have to use this wisely, otherwise you're going to throw everything out of whack. So yeah, he hates that. He doesn't really able to say it that succinctly. He'd just be like, hey, that's bad and wrong. Nah.
It's bad, wrong, and I hate it. Thanks.
That's why he wanted to kill the Emir like instance after meeting him. Just like, I can kill this guy? I think I can kill this guy.
Word. Well, outside of that, I am Young Foxxii, also known as Big Foxxii, aka your favorite fox. I will be your game maestro for this string, playing all the people who are not these 5 lovely adventurers. And I believe we'll start off with an intro scene. Or should I say an intro story? The tale goes that long ago, when the world was still new and learning, when people still grasped for ambition and hope and belief in the way that they no longer do, some individuals sought to master within themselves the chaotic nature all sentient things find themselves balanced beyond. You see, all mortals are made of the god beasts, born of that chaos and calamity wrought upon the natural state of the mortal world. All of us are born in that chaos. All of us fight it within us. And these people sought to master it, like sharpening a blade, to learn how to dance. Last time, on the Seven Sons, our party entered the city of Al Sol. After a brief meeting with Ploy and his father, the Lightning Keeper, and the other lizard folk hunters who have now joined the Storm Children cause, they entered the city and sought to, well, check in on Nakali and Jasha, who were checking in on a meeting with all the Emir, a summit convened to discuss the nature of what was happening across Zor'aa. Several things happened. Several things were learned. Chief among them being, amidst all the chaos of war, a very solemn declaration of love between our 2 dear commanders who have been dancing around it for so very long. However, even this lovely moment could not last forever, as in the end, Kali attacked the city, and the last thing our party saw before through Mitz's powerful magic, they were all warped back to the Storm Children base. The last thing they saw was a massive, sun-like fireball colliding with the tower where all the Emir were kept. We've rejoined our party just outside the cave of the Storm Children base. The 100 or so, excuse me, it's very loud. The 100 or so individuals who you managed to save with you are all looking around, panicked and confused, as their surroundings almost radically shifted in a bright haze of light. Nikali and Josh are rubbing their eyes, clearing away the haze so they can see what's around them, and they see that they're now settled and are back at base. And in front of you, you'll see a good number of the Storm Children soldiers. In particular, Nakiue, who seems to be cleaning up, if you were, the last few soldiers of Kali's force who seem to have been warped along with you. Secrets of Tinker is there as well. Shah Valen's also outside. You don't currently see Lady Temin, though. So, you're all outside. Nikali and Joshua just have their eyes locked and aren't saying much of anything to each other. And I'll say with that, as you take in the chaos around you and try to make some sense of things, that the scene is yours, my loves.
I think Wolf would go up to Nikiwe and just like greet him and be like, "Ah, fellow warrior, it's been too long."
He walks up and like grips you. It's a bear
Yeah.
hug. It's a hug, but like it's like unnecessarily tight. Like would probably break a few spines in like lesser people. Just like, I missed you. He just lets go, kind of pushes you back a bit. Just, you owe me a fight sometime.
Exactly what I was thinking, but perhaps a rest first, as he gestures to the fact that like he still looks a little messed up because he did turn into a giant wolf and take like a metric ton of bullets.
Oh yeah, you look
people.
You look a lot worse for wear than you normally do, and he kind of takes that in and just dusts you off a bit. Just inside, rest.
And I'm gonna need to talk to Secrets in a minute, actually, if I get a chance.
And you know, also the fact that there's like 60 people in our base that just like kind of shunted here too. So yeah, he's just like trying to like kind of figure that out, see if anyone's like on death's door, like helping out with that, guiding people to where they need to go, whether, you know, people that are more okay going like more to the mess hall, people that are super injured go to the infirmary. Just like trying to direct people so there's not just like a super congested room for an extended period of time.
Well, so a few people are injured as you start moving your way through the crowd, taking in, just like checking with people. Are you okay? How are you? Well, how are you? It's okay. Like, you're safe now. A few people are injured, some knife wounds, some injuries, but you can wager that between the force of, you know, Mitz's wall that she was holding up, and you becoming a mammoth, and Wolf becoming his full wolf form, you all took the brunt of that last volley of bullets that hit you all. So most people who are injured are not horribly injured. There's no one, you know, clutching to death at this, as it were. But you know, soldiers or some other individuals with the Storm Children are with you, and they're helping move people inside the cave towards the infirmary, towards that area, helping them patch up wounds and things like that. Also, like, Nikali, after she kind of like, you can look over, you see her still holding Josh's eyes and hands for a minute, but she does cut her eyes over, and Joshua nods very slowly at her and lets her hands go. And she immediately takes off into that crowd as well, just like directly next to you, just like, are you okay? You're safe now. Get inside, please. It's like, you know, just immediately falling back into that leadership mentality, trying to help people out. Yeah, it's honestly, of all the people who are out there, it's actually Shah Valen who approaches the group first. Just, are you all well?
That'd be better, but we're alive.
What happened?
A
Collie.
monster. Same thing.
No. She hit Al-Sal.
He hit Al-Sal right where all of the Emir were. It was far more tactical and brilliant than I would have given her credit for, to be honest.
Definitely some magic. That was incredibly concentrated fireball.
Those guns, you know.
Oh yeah, the guns. Forgot about those.
Plenty of those.
Then Han-
As Wolf has like bullet holes in his like pants. Oh yeah, those things.
Oh my god. Well, yeah, just like cure wounds. Like,
Yeah.
okay, let me fix that.
Oh yeah, Shaw also waves her hand, and between the two of them, Wolf started immediately feeling some of your more extreme wounds closing. Just, yes, you should have someone tend to that. And she
Yeah.
looks and says, "A powerful sorcerer and Hashari firearms." Then Han takes Steel aside with her as well, and brought the Hive's forces with him. Oh no.
Honestly, didn't think he had it in him. We interacted with him once, and he seemed quite gullible and fussy at first.
He is a roach. They will survive however possible.
This is fair.
Nonetheless, I am sorry the timing is bad. I sense, she actually glances over at the two commanders for a bit. Quite a few things have shifted.
Yeah.
I'll allow you all some time to get rested, but please, meet me in the commander's quarters when you have the time. We should discuss some things we've had discovered while here. She does look over at you, Mitz, and just say, "Impressive magic."
Mitz dusts herself off and gets up from her position on the ground, having slammed her hands into the floor. And just, well, I had some help.
She, you can start to see her like wave a hand a bit, and Mitz, as you're so attuned to magic at this point, you can feel a magical presence that feels like her just inquisitively approach your sort of magical space. It's detect magic, but it's sort of what that feels like for you at this point. Just, oh my. What has happened to you?
It's kind of
He's
like,
up now. Well, just direct, like, she's a god now.
And not just you. Crane's neck over to Zanari. You are suffused with this same energy. Have you achieved a similar apotheosis?
Yes? Maybe? I've just kind of been figuring it out.
Quite. I sense we'll have much to study of you two in the next coming days. Nonetheless, this new divinity will be a powerful war asset. And, as we'll discuss soon, it may not be our only one. Rest for now. Find me when you have time. I'm going to make some tea. And she'll just kind of turn and saunter off.
I'm not sure I particularly like the way she referred to us.
Same. Just keep an eye on that.
Seems fine to me, but you are the more observant ones.
She called us something to study.
Sunny, also an asset, which is one of the more tame things, but still
Might as well
something
be
to keep
calling
an
us
eye on.
weapons.
Wolf, who has grown up as like the chosen one of his culture and something that they don't quite understand his whole life, is like, I don't see what's the problem. But sure, okay.
Sorry, Taking the
How
soundtrack. My fault.
how you feeling? Vibing over there?
Sorry, just vibing out a little bit. My fault.
Just
vibing.
vibing.
The fucking track hits, guys. All right. In any case,
It's good.
Us talking
yeah.
about how we did like something an NPC said. You're just dancing.
just over here, just like
Yeah.
making dislikable NPCs. Aw, yeah. In any case, yeah. So Nikali.
We don't need to handle this.
Yes.
Oh, sorry.
No, please go ahead, please.
We don't need to follow this scene right away, but Wolf's first thing he's gonna do is go try and find Tinker. Secrets the Tinker, excuse me.
Oh, he's here near you guys. He's outside. He's kind of also helping people in, usher them in right now currently, but he's right there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Wolf will go help with whatever he needs to carry or usher, and talk to him real quick if we want to do that real quick. But it's just Wolf would pull out this like wooden model of these monocles, which are now a little more complicated. Like he's actually carved in the working like joints of it, so it can like open and close even. It's a pretty fiddly bit of wood carving, but like Wolf is actually kind of okay at wood carving.
Mm-hmm.
And he's like, secrets, my friend. I have a commission, perhaps, would be the right word for you. It's important.
You have work? Yes, share. Do you have some sort of blueprint or
And
just an
he-
idea?
Yeah, so Wolf pulls out this whole wooden thing. It's like, I need this in the strongest steel and laced with silver, particularly on the inside of each cuff.
He takes it in like his lower hands, starts sort of playing with it in all four hands, working with some of like the sort of the mechanisms on it. Just
And this is only the traditional model. Obviously, you as the expert, if you have improvements that you can think of, they would be welcome.
he looks up at you, sort of an eye quirked. The only thing this could be made to hold is you.
Yes.
I won't ask your reasons. If you're certain, this is easily doable. I have the materials around and we can have some silver imported not too far or acquired from nearby if needed. What dolls do for a shipment?
It doesn't need to be very pure. Like Wolf would have silver coins. He just like you could melt these down even. It doesn't need to be very pure silver, to be honest.
Save your coinage. What dolls do for a shipment of silver sometime soon? I'm sure some of my soldiers would be happy to liberate it.
But yeah, this is for the safety of everyone here. I think that we should perhaps put some speed into the making of this if we can.
I will work to the best of my ability, friend, but when this is done, come and speak with me, please.
Of course.
And he'll kind of just almost quietly kind of hand them back to you and kind of go back to trying to help people.
Yeah, Wolf will help with that.
Nikali has moved on and sort of helping out people now, and the crowd as you are, Zanari, helping people move in. But as the crowd kind of starts ushering in and like moving past you all, sort of the entrance is more cleared now. The sort of more obvious elephant in the room, or outside the room as it were, is Josh has just been standing there this whole time. He's not moved from that spot.
If no one else do it, Wolf will approach him and bumble his way through asking what's wrong, but I think someone else can definitely do that.
Yeah, Play's gonna go over and just kind of throw an arm over his shoulder and like, "Hey, Joshua, been a pretty wild day, huh?"
He shakes his shoulder. The arm rolls off. Doesn't say anything.
I mean, how was the cake?
I watched him die.
Ah,
I couldn't do anything.
I don't know if there was anything any of us could have done.
Do you know why I joined this cause, Ploy?
I mean, no, I don't think I do.
Well, besides the fact that Nikali terrifies me.
I mean, she terrifies all of us.
Reasonable. But besides that, when I found her, the Storm Children numbered 17 men. A group of bandits were raiding a small little trade town not too far from Boone. And her little band of 17 charged in, trying to defend a whole town against a band of 40, 50 maybe. 7, 8 of them died. But they saved that whole town. And I said right then and there that the reason we should fight is to save the people who matter to us. If I just had to watch him die like that, why the hell am I still doing this?
So you can save more people in the future.
I feel like I'll never be strong enough to do that.
But you have time.
The longer I wait, the more people we lose.
It's not like you're sitting here doing nothing, right? Every day you put in effort.
I suppose that's fair.
We've gone on missions before, right? I mean, we have our fun here and there, but we always, we're always putting in work.
Work towards what? Peace? I don't know what that looks like anymore. All I've been doing for all my adult life is running and fighting. Running and lying and fighting. I don't know what else I can do when all this is over.
I mean, hey, so listen, I know it sounds crazy, but because I mean, I've also been doing a lot of running and fighting and lying, right? And one of the things that keeps me going is, I mean, you saw the cake, right? I've always dreamed of being a baker. It's one of my hobbies. So one of the things that keeps me going is I always think, someday when all this is over, I can just make cakes and deliver them and just watch the joy on people's faces. There won't be wars anymore. People won't have that constant worry you can see in their eyes. They can just sit and enjoy the cakes I give them.
Simple dream, huh? But I admire it. Tell you what, don't know if I'm any good for cake sales, but when this all is all over, when we put colleague down, I'll see if I can't promote you a bit. Go give you some good business, maybe?
And listen, if you ever need a wedding cake, you know who to call.
Looks over at Nikali. I will need one of those soon, I guess. Assuming I can keep her safe, too.
Just another reason to keep on fighting, huh?
Yeah. Yeah, I guess so. Thanks, boy.
Of course.
Kind of, pumps your chest a little bit, just like, find me for a drink later.
I mean, of course.
And he kind of just heads in. Does seem a bit more up than he was, you know? And I think if there's nothing else to have here, I'll let you guys sort of have the time to rest. We can kind of, unless there's anything you want to have done or talked about during your time to rest, we can assume you all get your requisite injuries healed up, take the time to recover your spell slots and other energy reserves, so you can all bring yourselves back to full HP and recover whatever spell slots you might have. Take a long rest, effectively.
Yay, sleep.
Yeah.
Sleep is good.
The fantasy of playing D&D where you get a full 8 hours of sleep and feel rested and ready in the morning.
Where you get 8 hours of sleep and you feel rested when you wake up. Imagine.
Just imagine.
The ultimate fantasy.
In any case, unless there's anything you guys would like to do during this time of rest, which if you need to, feel free to let me know right now.
I mean, besides acquiring, what's Durga's status?
Oh, yeah,
Right.
so you guys rest for a good day or two, day or two of rest. About like midway into the second day, you do hear this very, very bassy like bleat. And, you can see some soldiers like rushing outside and like throwing a bit of a cheer. And yeah, if any of you, like those of you who feel like walking or are capable of walking, go outside. Yeah, Durga just floats her way on over. lets you clearly know she got out of Valsal perfectly fine.
Wolf's not that injured. Dang, he can walk.
Just asking. I mean, you might want to be focusing on resting.
Yeah.
But yeah, Durga's perfectly fine. She's okay. She took a little bit of fire on the way out, but small arms. Fucking bullets aren't gonna pierce her skin.
True.
I just imagine Ploy, the captain, if he's there, still like, "Are you hurt? Oh, let me fix that." And, like,
My
put a Band-Aid on
baby!
it.
It's just...
Yeah.
Yeah.
No. No, Durga.
Oh, I love that. That's very cute.
Ploy and Net do the same motion.
Just like, no! I love that. So, sure, please go ahead.
Oh, just, yeah, I mean, if we're moving on to the next few days, when Wolf feels better, he's definitely gonna go to Nikali and be like, all right, so that fight we talked about,
Yeah, so...
which you don't have to do right this second if we got other stuff.
Yeah, well so I think it's so... I think you find him and you to ask for a fight. And he does say, like, you keep finding me at bad times, Furball. He seems like he's kind of busy carrying some
What
heavy
this
stuff right
time?
now.
Oh, yeah, Wolf will help him carry that. If he needs to, he'll turn into full werewolf to be able to, like, actually lift at the same capacity as
Oh
the
yeah,
Kiwi,
like
but
you lift at the same capacity as him, and like you kind of help him with this massive crate. It's like 4 times bigger than like
Yeah.
the both of you, and like you move that across like the caverns for a way, and then you put that down, and you're still, even though you're shifting, you're just like, whew, okay. And Naki's with like, not bad. Ready for the rest? And you look back down the hallway. There's about like 12 or 13 of these massive crates of food stuff. You think?
huh. Well, we won't go hungry soon.
Mhm.
Although I guess he's like werewolf form, so it's a very garbled like, hey, well, I guess we won't go hungry. Like his mouth is not built for human speech when he is wolf-headed.
Oh, yeah,
he's
Naki's
very
just like-
like.
Naki responds to a
Did you
very
do
tact,
that?
just, I love them. I love them, by the way. They're my favorite pair, actually. I think I need a
That-
sitcom. I need a sitcom. Ship it. Pitch it to Fox. All right. In any case,
Werewolf boyfriend and
werewolf boyfriend
Gator
and croc guy.
dad.
Werewolf boyfriend and gator guy. I need it. I need it. I need it. Ship it. Okay, I'm sorry. So back into Persona now. So about a day or so after, into your more menial tasks, you're all feeling comfortably healed up. Shavelan does walk by once and notice you all. Just, you all seem suitably healed. Later today, find me in the college quarters if you don't mind. We should discuss some things. And I think
Doesn't
it's
sound
all,
ominous at all.
yeah, and that's totally fine. I mean, you can all just head on in with no issue. I won't even bother with like making the abstracting of it. So yeah, you all gather in the familiar captain's quarters, the large map table of Zor'aa still on the sort of like raised slightly above the floor in front of you. Nikali is seated in a cross-legged position on a large cushion in front of that, with like her like head down and like very, very intently focused on the map, which you can see is now has several areas almost like checkered in like this deep red ink, and there are areas like around Al-Sol and Wadal and other surrounding areas, which none of you, I think, would need to insight check for any military history or anything. You can assume there are areas Kali probably controls right now or is operating under. And there are other markers on the map where you assume she places like Stormchildren forces or supply posts or base or scout forces who are out or just other things like that, notable locations on the map. And she's shuffling things around, just, no, I can't send them there. That won't work. We'll be understaffed here. And as you all come in, just, finally, something else to think about. Please, come, let's have a seat. There's tea on if you all want some.
Not to take you away from not thinking about the map, but that's a lot more territory than I would have assumed she had.
It's not necessarily a matter of what she controls, it's just where she can operate. Kale isn't just raising towns, she's subjugating some of them. The reputation she's built makes it so that she can approach certain smaller towns that aren't well guarded and just simply say, submit or die. Most of them choose submit. Any of our forces operating in that zone get ratted out by any civilians or patrols that spot them. Effectively, they're a gray zone for us. We can't operate there effectively. Nonetheless.
Thought you
Sorry, go ahead, please.
Oh, I just thought she would, I guess, destroy all of them. It seems to be her MO, but Guess they can't supply her with everything.
She's bloodthirsty.
She's
not
destructive,
barbaric.
but she's not stupid. Yes, exactly.
Nonetheless, outside of our collective headache,
What does barbarian mean? Both uses allowed.
Shaw, who's walking by going to get tea, flashes a hand and a small little like pane appears with a mirror that holds up and looks directly at you, Wolf. Just, and then it kind of goes away, and she keeps walking over to get tea.
Mitz actually kind of, I guess she kind of tries not to look to try to like look like she's in a hurry, but she actually picks up the tea kettle before Shah Valen gets there, kind of a little passive aggressively, and then proceeds to pour tea for everyone.
Oh. She'll just say, I sense some sentiments still haven't been resolved. She'll kind of just take her cup and go back and have a seat. Just nonetheless, perhaps the information I provide will be a boon to our mutual agitations toward each other. Yes?
Mitz doesn't say anything.
Possibly.
Just
That's
drink through
a
tea.
vague
Just-
and confusing way of saying things, but probably.
We'll start simple. The situation as we know it. Thanks to your information, we now know, and through some scout reports, all Saul and all surrounding towns around it have fallen. Kali's forces are swept through. But they've halted. She's not marauding with crusades and armies anymore. She's patrolling, scouting. She's looking for something.
Has she maybe underestimated how far we could teleport and trying to catch us?
Certainly possible, but she could send a scout platoon after you all. Converting her entire logistical force over to scouting around and patrolling an area rather than crusading is uncharacteristically smart for her. No, I sense there's something else she's after.
I think it has a lot to do with that sorcerer, I'll be honest. Someone that has that amount of magical power can't just be someone under Kali's jurisdiction. I think they're probably after something they're working together.
Didn't Kali say something about going after the 8? And as far as I can
Yes.
recall, significant number of, or at least 8 is a pretty significant number if we're thinking about god beasts and gods. Or, well, perhaps not gods anymore.
Perhaps.
Yeah, that's
not.
what I was wondering. Because, I mean, she could have been referring to the Emir, considering at that point her former colleague had replaced... What's his name? I don't know.
She immediately scrambles forward, like places her cup down and like comes forward, picks up what looks to be like a small little dagger from the side of the table, comes up to like the map, and just plants that dagger on a point on the map. I'm actually gonna move you guys over to the map so you guys can see it. Not stream, just you guys can see it for now. The point is right up on the northern mountains, not too far, sort of like east-ish of Wadal. Not too actually too far from the base. It's about there. Just, I have a hunch, and it falls just in line with what I was going to share with you all. We've been gathering information while you all were gallivanting about Zor'aa, gathering forces and talking to whales. Well, it's just, we found something that we didn't think we would... Oh, just spit it out already, would you, Shah? And you can all hear, as a rickety sound of wheels, heralds Lady Temin making her way into the room. Just, hello, young ones. So long since I've seen your faces. She stops, looks over at Mako for a second, sees the small little bloat whale still spinning about your head. Just, you are so close.
Is Mako named the little bloatwell, or do we, the rest of the party, have to name it for him?
It's entirely up to you.
I don't think we discussed
It's
this.
entirely up to Mako.
I don't know if I can come up with a name on the spot.
We don't give chat that power. Remember, we don't give chat that power.
Wait, did we take that reward out?
No, we didn't. We just don't.
Oh.
We just don't condone chat doing it.
Oh, I'm okay with chat doing it.
It's
I
fine.
vote
Because
Gus.
I've done it as
Wolf would
chat.
say in character whenever that conversation happened. I vote we call him Gus.
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 It's
Gus.
a bit of an outlandish name, don't you think?
I vote Walter
Gus.
the whale.
What was
Oh,
your
and
vote?
my suggestions. Whose?
So we're going with Walter.
Oh, Walter.
Yeah, Walter the whale.
And Walter the Whale.
Oh,
Yes, and my suggestion's outlandish.
These are some very strange names that you both are suggesting.
And
That's
if you
the
want,
perfect
I think
design
I've
name
ever
for a
heard the
plane.
name
call him-
Sven before.
you can call him Wally the whale.
I already have enough headache with the not demanding more syllables. I'm not not going to contribute to this conversation.
Okay, aside
I'm
from
gonna
whale
use-
naming conventions, Timon does wheel back around over at you, Wolf. Just hello again, God Killer. Are you well?
Yes, Venerable One. As well as can be.
Good. I sense you all noticed that light in the sky a few days ago. If anyone forgets, it was when you all had the temple and the encounter with Ami. A light shot off into the sky.
Technically, then we wouldn't have, because it would have been while we were in the building.
Oh no, you all saw the light because it shot off from the temple.
Okay.
Did you all see where it was going?
If we saw that,
Wait.
Wolf would know the direction, but because he just is good with maps that way.
Oh yeah.
Pretty
it's
sure
funny.
Mitz and Z were too busy crying.
The heck is a player? I don't know.
Wolf, as you look at the map, you're good enough at maps that it's weird. You actually can pretty much sort of tell if you were to draw a line from where the temple was to like where that light was going, it would almost perfectly intersect or pass that point where Shaw just put the knife down on the map.
Huh. Like now that you say it, I hadn't combined the two in my mind, but that's probably directly to the mountains there.
For good reason. What do you all know of the Blade Soul monks?
You run into them like a long time
We
ago.
did.
Yes.
We talked briefly.
They really
Oh,
liked you,
yes.
Z.
They really did.
Did you find out they were related to the Keepers in some way?
Shaw chuckles, just... So you met Wanderers.
Yes.
There are very few Blade Soul monks left anywhere in the world. And I wager if you found any of them, you'd all be ribbons right now.
You assumed that we wouldn't be instant friends, comrades in combat.
I think your experience with the Wanderers may have tainted your perception of them.
Hmm.
Let me share. She pulls a book. It's an older storybook. She flips open to a page. From what we know, the Blade Soul monks were a group of zealous martial artists who established themselves in Zor'aa not long before the Dominion came to power. We know little of their practices, nor their beliefs, save that they worshipped a single powerful figure. The records of this figure, however, have been, well, purged. I'm sure you all have noticed that digging into certain older tombs might see more antiquated images of the gods we worship here in this pantheon. That, of course, is the work of the Dominion. Their rise to power saw all the old imagery of the gods torn down, saw their names and their likenesses reshaped in Sithani images. It was quite the cultural shift. And right around this time, well, the stories are fuzzy, but an Emir spread a tale about the Blade Soul monks. A travesty was said to have occurred amongst their midst, and a good number of them were purged in some sort of civil event, decrying them insurrectionist rebels who would cause a threat to the new perfect unity the Dominion was bringing. Salim al-Draisi and the other Emir declared war on them and slaughtered almost all the Blade Soul monks to a man. Anyone you saw, any small group you saw, was a simple wandering sect, likely far divorced from their original practices. Why does this matter for our God Beast tale? Well, while digging through this book of ours, she tosses it somewhere, we discovered another tale.
Catch with Mage Hand.
You see, all accounts of the God Beasts in the Dominion, all stories of them, speak of them as forces of nature, unstoppable, save for those that could placate them. This is not true. They could bleed. And they could
Yeah, we
die.
discovered that somewhat recently.
You misunderstand. You all fall to Moten Herald, a child, an underthing of a god beast. Killing one of those is, well, while it's certainly still a feat, and I admire all of your skill at arms and camaraderie, it's not unheard of. A god beast itself, though, well, the only one said to be able to possibly kill one of those is, points over at Wolf, you. This, however, this complicates things. There is said to be an artifact, something of incredibly potent power. Twin, actually. Perhaps there were more of them at one point, but all the tales we know of them are lost fragments. All I can say is that whatever energies were locked within these things, it was potent enough to threaten even a god beast. So much so that the caretakers themselves curated them. I sense you all know where we're going. You're all tomb delvers, yes?
Yes.
That is our original occupation.
Well, then you'll enjoy being employed again. There are two possibilities for where one of these artifacts could be left. One is directly under the tower, that prison now under Kali's control. I sense we aren't going there anytime soon just yet. The other, however, is said to be at the heart of Blade Soul Temple in the Northern Mountains. You've caught on, yes, I see?
I think so, but I'll let other people answer.
It's still
Wolf says out
kind
loud.
of angrily grabbing onto the book that Shah had casually thrown off to the side. Well, yes.
We're assuming it'll be easier to get to the bottom of this tomb than the tower. Like, what kind of prison is this, the tower? Is this the hold people for execution kind, or this is the torture because we think it's fun kind of prison tower?
It is the single most fortified position in all of Zor'aa. You can assault it, or break in if you feel yourselves brazen enough.
Well,
But please, share your funeral plans first before you do so.
well, I mean, hear me out. They already tried to put us in there. At least a few of us could probably just say, "Here we are. Sorry we ran away." Right?
The Emir tried to put
Times
you in
have
there.
changed since then.
Fair.
Yeah, a lot has changed.
By all means, walk
could
up to Kali
challenge-
and ask her.
I could challenge Kali to a one-on-one from the tower while she's not there, so they'd have to hold us in the tower until she arrived. I'm pretty sure she wants to fight me one-on-one at some point and murder me.
Certainly a possibility.
So do we have
But that does seem more complicated. Yeah, probably the tomb is better.
any information about the temple? And anything? There's
Basic, but from what I can tell you, it was the bastion of the Blade Soul monks. Most of them stayed there and trained there for their time. For all
so
we
there's
know,
probably defenses.
undoubtedly. For all we know, it's abandoned. But I have no confirmation of that. as the Dominion expressly forbid any and all travel within a 4-mile radius of it. No one's been there in years.
So, small chance of success, high likelihood of people being there to kill us.
Sounds perfect. Let's do it.
Yeah, sounds good to me.
Normal adventure.
Sounds like an adventure, which is what we're the best at, right?
Your friends all seem suitably enthused.
True. Also, more ruins. Z, we could talk about an entire culture of people who have been lost. Wait.
No, not this again.
This is how you get excited about going into a tomb.
Mm-hmm.
Well, find what you do for free and get paid for it, yes?
Mm-hmm.
Alright. I don't have much else to give to you all for now. You have our general plan, and we'll work on, well, whatever we can here. Nikali pipes up and just says, for now it's reassessing, drawing our battle lines where we can, gathering up our forces, and figuring out what we can plan from here. I'll also put out whatever scouts we can and the agents we have in deep cover anywhere within Kali's territory. I need to know what the hell she's doing.
So, it's just, why are we getting this artifact?
It can kill god beasts, so it's gotta be real strong.
And more power means, again, more war assets. I recognize we already have the God Killer amongst our ranks, and forgive me for not simply trusting prophecy, but we need everything we can get right now. Not to make the situation seem dark, but she has us on the back foot.
Yeah, and we only know I can kill god beasts, not necessarily Kali. So yeah, having something very powerful and big to throw at her, in the case that, you know, she doesn't want to 1v1 me, is going to be better, I think.
My thoughts exactly.
I have no illusions about how mortal I am.
Nonetheless,
Well,
you
even
have
the
some-
gods can die.
Indeed. And perhaps, if we can discover what this artifact is capable of, maybe even the god beasts. Anything you find in that temple could be worth reporting, so take good notes.
Wolf pulls his notebook out of very badly written notes. Wait.
Shaw pipes up, yes, even you, Wolf.
Hey.
Nikali says, you all don't have to leave immediately. If you want to gather anything or get some rest, that's fine, but as soon as you're ready, let us know you're heading out.
I will need some few days, friends. I'm waiting for Tinker to make something. Or secrets, excuse me.
Okay, we can.
But that'll be the last I need.
We should resupply. Does anyone here happen to know how to make health potions?
Make? No, but we know how to steal them.
No.
Basically the same thing, right?
Exactly.
Fair enough. Probably going to need them.
We have a supply. I recommend you all grab a few before you leave. Not too many, though. With our forces stretched thin, we still need the supply.
Fair.
For context, I will give you all, I guess, amongst the group of you, we'll say 4 potions of Zoran healing, and 1 greater potion of Zoran healing. Just 1. Which, for context, is the greater potion of healing, but it gives you the full amount.
Cool.
I think I have a thing up. I have a note for it somewhere in the roll 20.
Yeah.
You do.
Good job, me.
I guess in character Wolf's like, I think possibly either Mako or Zenari might be good for the greater healing potion, as you two both seem to either be very difficult to hit or very far away from the fight. Mitz, maybe you as well, but I would rather someone who is stays up more often and is not often
Concussed.
well, is not often nailed down. I don't trust myself to have it on me, so I would vote Mako as the greater potion.
Oh, fuck.
Mitz is a little like. I was like, well, you have a point, but I'm not happy that you're mentioning it.
I'm not giving it to me.
Oh, what
Fair
color?
enough.
What color are these health potions?
Does that matter?
The blue.
Yeah, if we put them, Mako, if you put it in your helmet, you'll have blue eyes.
Why did
I fail to
answer
see
that
how
fucking
that's
question?
relevant to this discussion.
Why did I answer that question?
It could be possible for any size potion, though. Actually, probably.
Yeah, but I mean, if the greater one has a different color, you can have heterochroma, and you'll have a different colored eye. It'll be great. Be a good
Yeah,
luck.
Okay.
Oh, cool.
The greater one's purplish, actually. It's not blue.
Hey, purple and blue
Oh,
eyes
yeah,
are
it's a good luck.
it's, nice colors.
Chloe out here trying to get Mako into fashion, but with eyes.
In any case, besides caring about Mako's,
Yeah, color contacts, man.
besides caring about Mako's aesthetic, is there anything else y'all want to do?
Yeah.
So I guess I take like one of the potions. It does not matter which one, but I would like to take one.
Yeah, I think everyone ought to have one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Mitts can create spell scrolls after every long rest, so Mitts is
Sure
probably going
can.
to be spending their spare time making those.
Do that then.
But I'm not actually not sure how many long rests that we've.
I'm gonna say, Wolf, you said you wanted a couple days before you wanted to leave, yes?
Well,
I'm
he
gonna
just
s-
needs to wait for Tinker's thing to be done.
I'm gonna say
If
that's
it's only
gonna
going to take a day or two.
another. Yeah, take another full 2 days. So I'll say you can get 2 long rests in, Mitts. And all
Okay.
of you all get 2 long rests in worth of whatever thing you want to do that you can do during a long rest, and or anything else you want to justify doing, you can do.
Got it. Would that
Floyd's
be 3 scrolls
gonna-
or 2 scrolls?
Floyd's gonna do a little like pop-up sweet rolls and cake shop, and just like sell some bakery things to make people happy.
Aww. How much do you charge for these bakery things?
Oh, I mean, like everybody here is basically a refugee at this point, so just cheap prices, you know.
Aww. Yeah, that's very sweet. A lot of people actually come up to you with like trinkets, like like kind of like handmade things they've made, or like like jewelry, necklaces, like so like small little things like that. They come up to like to kind of like bargain with that rather than actual like currency or money, because a lot of them are showing that kind of thing. But yeah, you do see a noticeable like improvement in morale. People are very, very like generally uplifted, and you actually kind of like build a bit of a rep as like, yeah, that's the sweets guy. Like he's cool.
Prepping for retirement.
Marketing.
Hands out little special like strips of cloth that are business cards that say special delivery location
Yeah.
to be determined.
Location floating around Zor'aa.
Love
Do a
that.
crude sketch of Durga.
Yeah.
Location.
Location. Picture of Durga.
God damn it.
Everything's got like a little Durga like print on it.
I love it.
Yeah.
All right. Anything else? Mitz, how many spell scrolls can you make in your 2 long rest days?
I believe it is. I can make 1 magic scroll per long rest, which is why I was asking. Like, did the first long rest count, or is that a 1 or is that just the 2?
I'll say just the 2. You were focused on healing for the first one.
Got it.
Little shell shocked to be able to do complicated magical scrolling.
Right. Mitz is also adept at crafting spell scrolls, so she could just create them using gold and time, which is halved using if she's using her quill. I'm actually not sure how much time that is though.
Doesn't matter. That's in the fucking slightest.
Maybe more than 2 days.
No more than 2 days.
Yeah. No, I like that. Well, I'm actually not sure how that works because it's in the Dungeon Master's
Yeah,
Guide.
we'll math it out. Don't stress that too much. It's all good. Not a big
Okay.
deal.
At some point, just in preparation for this, Z will do her ritual again to get 1 spell and take find traps for the time being.
Very reasonable. Sounds like it'd be helpful.
Mitz is pretty sure she doesn't have enough time to learn a new spell. So
So I'll just take it at 2nd level.
Cool.
we'll just make spell scrolls for folks to take or use.
Fair enough. All right. Is there anything else anyone wants to do? All right. Well, you all get set to travel out, and was originally actually going to have you guys travel by you back because there was going to be like not ability to travel, but just to make sure we save ourselves enough time. There actually is at least one spare wyvern around, and they said like this is the only thing we can lend right now. All of our bullet wells are currently focused on trying to get people settled in and moving our troops around. So I'm sorry to say that we can't lend you guys your own ship right now, but this is the best we can do as far as staying discreet. Kali will have force patrolling the air around like Wadal, and you're heading too close to there, so it's just not safe. Take this wyvern, be swift, and be careful. All right.
We'll have to pick up the manacles from secrets
Yes.
and be like, when I return, we can have our talk. Secrets, but we must hurry.
He just says, "Of course, you be safe out there, Wolf. All right."
With this, I will be. Thank you. And so yeah, Wolf's gonna just have that on his inventory and on his person at all times, just in case, something comes up.
Sure is a fair thing to do. So, you're all mounted up. You're all set to go. You take to the air, ready to soar about on your wyvern and make your way towards the north. And in this period of time, I think right now, as it's an hour in, let's cut to a quick break, all right?
Sounds good.
We'll take the full 10 for now. Just let everybody get some rest and get some drinks, get settled in, because we're gonna come back to some stuff. So be prepared. See y'all in a bit. Love
shit.
ya. Boy.
Bye-bye now. Bye-bye. Bye-bye now. Bye-bye. Bye-bye.
And we return to welcome back to the Seven Suns,
The returning.
our 5e actual play homebrew live stream. There it is. We rejoin our adventurers in flight aboard a wyvern, headed north towards the mountains. It's a long travel, several days flight actually. One night in particular, you have to camp just like a few miles from the walls of Wadal, and it's a bit nerve-wracking. You're like, oh god, we gotta make sure we keep our fire low and don't get spotted here, because wouldn't want a whole platoon of soldiers bearing down on us. But you pass the night relatively calmly and without too much issue. You create your various different scrolls and things as you're resting, and all things are prepared. You divvy up your health potions to whoever wants to have your health potions. You prepare your gear and you get ready to move. You eventually have to land your wyvern as the constant sort of the terrain of the mountains dips and crevasses and changes so much that it's not really easy to tell where you're headed from overhead. So you have to land and sort of proceed on foot for a while. And so you spend most of this day climbing. You start off pretty early in the morning before the sun really hits its apex, so as to avoid a lot of the heavy heat. But it's just as that happens, as the sun is cresting high over these sort of peaks of this mountain range, that you come upon a plateau, wide open, dotted here or there with some rocks. And curiously enough, further back, where another mountain arcs up ahead of you, almost carved clean into this mountainside facing amongst the dunes and the sand, is this entryway, this cave. And you've all delved into enough tombs and ruins. That's where you're headed. A bit more curiously than that, though, as you're watching, there are several outcroppings of rock standing amongst the sand, being blown slightly by the wind here or there. But amongst the two largest of these outcroppings are figures standing there. Each of them is stock still, straight up and down, their hands together in a folded pose. They're Sathani. You could easily tell by the large hoods behind their snake-like heads. They have a garland of beads around each neck. They stand perfectly still, eyes closed. Behind them, small crescents, silver-like and glittering in the sun, dance. 8 or so between each of them. Dance in a circle behind one and behind the other. Perfectly still. And as you approach these two figures, both of them open their eyes. You are not of the path. Why do you approach here?
Perhaps we'd like to be on the path.
He cocks his head.
I don't know what the path is, sorry.
He cocks his head, just... Your soul is not prepared.
How about me?
The other one speaks up. Childlike, immature, reckless.
That sounds about right.
Z thinks back to all of the different tales that have somehow morphed into these visions of what we kind of learned to be the Soulblade monks. And just kind of, meaningfully looks up after kind of getting that mental image and says, what about me?
They both cock their heads. A patient soul. Understanding. But questioning. Unsure of oneself. Too timid. In time. And they say, you all are not here to follow the path. Why
No,
are
that's
you
right. I
here?
was just asking questions. Again, Wolf is going to take action unless someone else says something right now. Well, we actually need a powerful weapon. There's trouble in the world, and unfortunately, we know that there's one here, and that it will be useful to us. If it helps, we can promise to return it when it's been used for its intended purpose, killing god beasts.
The first one speaks up. I know not what you think you will find here. The other one speaks. All that lies in this temple are all our dead secrets. The other one speaks. Well, the first one. Leave this place. Now.
Wolf's going to vibe check, but I think someone else ought to do that as well. Cause
Yeah, I was thinking about it.
Check the vibes if you'd like.
What's
Oh,
the
look at
vibe
that
here?
20 from
Oh,
Wolf.
what? Look at Wolf.
Dirty
Damn.
Oh, Wolf, you. It's actually. I'll even. Yeah.
Oh!
Oh, look at that.
Oh.
Following up with the crit. Okay.
Oh
go.
my!
Following up with the not so dirty 20. So
That's gross.
I'll honor both of those, no question. I think I'll honor Wolf rolling that 20. I think that's super important to recognize. So Zanari, you're kind of like, what's going on here? Neither of these figures have flinched a muscle at all, but the vibe you're getting definitely feels like they're getting impatient. Wolf, you don't really sense that at all, because again, these guys haven't budged.
Mm-hmm.
But those slightly spinning circles of blades behind them,
Mm-hmm.
they pick up speed. Just a little bit. And you notice that.
Wolf subtly takes a step, however he can, to put himself between those blades and the squishiest person next to him, whoever that might be. Just a little bit, just a little half step, and be like, I don't know that we can afford to go back. I apologize.
The path that seeks only forward. Does he speak for all of you?
Yeah.
You say yes.
I'm afraid the stakes are too great.
Then you have chosen. They sort of both hop. Again, the barest movement of leg muscle. And are both down on a slightly lower outcropping of these rocks. Those blades go from that circular spin around them to, or behind them, to this kind of slow spiraling spin around them in increasingly wider circles. As they slowly, with their hands coming wide and their legs spread, and a large deep breath, ease themselves into a martial stance. I'm going to need all of my dearest darlings to roll some initiative.
Hey, although we
We
should
get our
select our tokens first.
on here
so-
first, yeah.
I'm gonna put y'all on the map now, and then also move stream over. Sorry, I'm doing this all on my own today, guys.
Ooh.
Let me get a better.
I'm going to say Wolf step this way.
Yeah, you can definitely
Please
arrange
roll.
yourselves wherever you'd like to in that sort of in that
Chucky?
pattern.
Rolled a freaking 2. This is
And I'm going to roll a
Okay.
d8 with this.
how Mitz's day is gonna go.
How
That's
should we roll then?
oh boy.
Okay. what
If your
do I
token wasn't
do?
selected, you can go ahead and reroll. I don't care. It's not a big deal.
But yeah, Wolf is going to ambush, so he actually has a 22. Because I rolled an 8 on my maneuver die.
Wait, did that not work?
Let me.
How does it do?
Okay. Boom. There we go. New overlay. That's right. Yeah, we doubled the overlay. We got the RP. Oh
purple
wow, look at
strength.
that. Purple throwing the +2s at everybody.
Oh shit.
Wow.
4 +2s. Take him and use them as you need him.
Hey.
That's the
Put me
fifth
in
one.
There we go. That's better.
All right.
Now I'm in the overlay.
Initiatives are in. All right, let me get initiative done for the actual guys you guys are fighting. I'm sorry this takes so long, friends. Again, I'm on this all on my own today.
You're totally fine.
Enjoy that sweet-ass combat music while we're here, though.
Jumanji vibes here.
That's 1. And that's 2. All right. Let me enable initiative in descending order. You said, Wolf, you actually have a 22?
Yeah, because I rolled that D8 immediately after. That is
So-
my ambush maneuver.
That, I think, does Ploy have the higher dex between the two of you?
I got.
No,
Yeah.
like the higher dex, period.
Yeah.
In that case, Ploy's first.
So
I have 18
Okay.
decks.
Well, but you weren't. It's for
your
a tie,
initiative
yeah.
is much. Yeah. It's because
Oh.
you have a tie.
All right.
Oh, you two. Sorry, I also
They
typed.
are.
These two Blade Soul monks appear ready to face you all down as you all start to kind of flex and look a bit more, ready for combat. They, again, haven't moved much, but they've taken their stances and are now ready to go at you all. Ploy, go for it.
All right. Ploy's gonna do Ploy things. Actually, how far am I?
That's me.
Right? It's like, how far away?
How far away? That's pretty far. Okay.
I can make that.
Yeah. So we're gonna move. What, like here-ish? Yeah, I can cover that. And then.
I think if Wolf's moving at the same time, he'd be focus right.
Yeah. Good call. Alright, and I'm gonna cast Ensnaring Strike, first level, just to have it.
Mm-hmm.
Go.
Got it.
There it is. And I'm gonna throw first the Lightning Javelin, and I'm gonna use its ability as well.
Okay. That's a dex saving
You
throw,
shoot
yes?
a lightning bolt that's also going to ensnare them.
Yeah.
Well, I think you have to
Plan.
hit them with an attack. So technically, the lightning javelin wouldn't proc ensnaring strike. You still have it up though.
Would
For
it
your
not
second throw.
if I hit him with it?
Well, no,
right?
you have to actually roll an attack that hits, like an attack roll, because there's no attack roll with the thing. It's just like the.
Is there not with the Lightning Javelin?
No, it's just the area.
Not with the special ability. Special
No, well,
ability,
not
they do
with
a
the
dex
special
save.
ability, but I still hit them with the Javelin. It does its own, like, hit damage.
No. It's so when you activate the ability, it makes that the line area happens, and you do that instead of rolling to hit. So because you
I
don't
see,
roll to
okay.
hit, you don't pop a
Gotcha.
stand strike for this one, but you still do the thing. So
Gotcha.
You do the dexterity saving throw.
Wait, no, because if you read it, Lightning Bolt turns back into a Javelin when it reaches a target. Make a ranged weapon attack against that target.
Oh, so it does both actually.
Yeah, it does both.
Okay, well let's start with the
Never mind.
Let's start with the dexterity checks then. Give me 1 second.
Purple is correct in chat. They're coming to save us right here at the last second.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Thanks. Let me go ahead and get that let me get that dexterity save rolled real for you real quick. Is that a pass?
DC 13.
So, yep.
Yes.
All right. How much damage did you take?
Ooh,
Half
it
of lightning,
is-
right?
Yeah, half the lightning damage.
Is that a dex saving throw?
Yeah.
He takes none.
He has the evasion stuff that monks have.
Ooh, okay.
He just no sales it like.
But you do still
Freaking
roll.
Neo or
You
whatever.
do still get to roll the attack, which is that you're
Is the
able
11.
to-
That's the 11 there.
well, yeah, you're 21.
Well, the 21 is the roll
Your
to hit.
21 does hit, and so that does
Okay.
the 11 damage.
Mhm.
So that's there's that, and then ensnaring strike is a strength check, or what is it?
Yes, at the start of his turn.
Okay, so I'll check that. Well, it's a strength check to get restrained or not, right?
A strength check to be restrained or
Yeah. So let's see. Let's do that.
Yeah.
Oof. Nope. Failed that one.
All right.
That man crit failed and then crit on the backup in case he had advantage. That's unfortunate.
All right. So that's takes 1d8. So let me. Do
I propose
that.
that this man slipped on a rock as he was about to no sail this grapple
Eh.
and then just.
And then.
Nah.
That
Get
does
for being on a
another-
pretentious
what,
rock.
1d so yeah, go ahead and roll one more d6 for me. Play for damage. Because the
That
snaring
should be at
itself
the
does damage.
start of his. Oh, does it? Okay, cool.
Yeah, so it does.
1d6.
1d6, yeah.
Oh.
There.
Oof, there you go.
Maximum
Yeah.
crush.
Nice, yeah. So yeah, so he
Good
goes.
stuff.
So like, as you kind of shoot out the javelin, the lightning bolt flares out, and he kind of like steps to the side a bit. But as he does, he doesn't see the kind of like the javelin itself rematerialize as it comes at him. that
Mhm.
swipes on his side and kind of like tears through a bit of his garb. He spins around it, but doesn't notice the vines come up around the rock and just wrap themselves around him and just close him in tightly. The blades clatter to the ground as he gets restrained. That's it for you, Ploy?
Can we
no, I got
mark
another
which
javelin.
one?
Oh, go ahead.
All right, and then I'm gonna throw a mummy javelin because I've got one of those too.
You sure do.
Nice.
That's definitely a
God
hit.
damn.
7 plus 7 necrotic damage is
Yep.
is 14 total. So he's gonna take taking another
Damn.
14. So yeah, you after you reel with this the lightning javelin, which hits him, you reel up with another one, throw that one, and that one actually catches him kind of like in the thigh a bit, and he goes and kind of pulls it out and throws it to the ground, but looks and sees that like his flesh has kind of been rotted away at just a bit around his thigh. But he's still kind of being crushed in by the thorns and can't really think too much about that. Anything else for you, Love?
No, that's it.
All right. Wolf, go.
If you'll allow me a bit of roleplay, because we haven't been in combat for a bit since some stuff. So Wolf acts very quickly, but he pulls axe and shield, and the moment he picks up the Conqueror's axe and he feels that surge of like confidence, I think Wolf actually drops the axe. Like this sudden invasion of a different emotion, he's like, no, I'm not. He does not feel comfortable with that anymore. And so actually he just like runs at this guy with just a shield now because he just isn't thinking too much at the moment. But he is going to rage so that he can move 20 feet
Okay.
as part of that rage, and then he gets another 40 feet of movement. So with 60 feet, he should be able to make it to there.
Wow.
It is
Barely.
That is a level up, so that you cannot make it up there unless you jump to get the last few. So you
Wolf's gonna jump.
All right, you can running jump to if you're jumping to right next to him, then I would say that provokes an opportunity attack. If you're okay with that.
Yeah, sure.
Okay, then he will just do one opportunity attack, which is this one.
Yeah, it's gonna hit.
Yeah, so let me go ahead and roll the DiMaggio. So yeah, Wolf, as you're coming, as you're coming around, he's like, you can see this guy's been like trying to get a sense of like how to move his body around while still being restrained by this by these vines from Ploy. And so, but you do eventually see, like, as you're kind of jumping up, he doesn't look over and see you. He kind of like whips his hands around a bit, and the blades pick themselves up off the ground, almost like in a gust of wind. They spin about in a circle, and a couple of them lash and strike at you in succession, and hit you a few times. And it's kind of like across the shoulder. It kind of scars your shoulder, our shoulder like pad a bit, but nothing serious. You do take the 8 damage though.
Although I'm raging, so I assume it's 4,
Yes,
unless
you're right.
it's not
Yes,
blades.
it's 4. So yeah, go ahead and finish your turn out.
Yeah, and when Wolf raged, because he was planning on having the axe, he actually makes the big spiky tail thing
Works for me.
for defense. But mostly, all he really has now is 2 attacks instead of the 3 he wants, so
Hit
he's
him.
just gonna...
He is restrained, so
And then...
oh, that first roll is not great.
Nope, the second one doesn't look too great either.
Second one does hit though. Their AC is 16. Meets it, beats it. So he does take the 8 damage from that.
Man, somehow he avoids a big old shield sweep, but the tail gets him.
Yeah, he actually
That's
again, like, he's kind of like with his body source range, kind of like ducks back from your shield swipe, but doesn't even see that you've shifted the tail. So you kind of just conk him with that really hard inside of the head. Just... Anything else for you?
And yeah, it's basically like a wolf tail that's all sharp spines, so it's just poking him real good.
Yep. Zanari, if there's something else.
Haha, okay. Cool. Yeah, she's gonna just kind of walk up here and start with her bonus action, actually. I'm
Okay.
going to determine tail with this bardic inspiration, so let's just see what
Here
happens.
we go.
Oh, it's a D10 now because my bardic inspiration die. What if I almost rolled a D8? Okay. Cool. So it's the tale of the friends. I talked about two friends that found each other in the afterlife and start to breathe the tale of Frika and her brother into it. The first time that she ever told this story, she begins to weave that into it as well, and how the friends will ultimately meet again. And just kind of say to the other two, just please, we don't have to do this. We just want to understand. Like, is there any reaction?
The one that's not restrained just says, "You could never."
Okay, she's gonna kind of take Ploy's lead and cast outward. The shadow of her arm going outward begins to grow further and further until it becomes just this large hand as I cast Bigby's hand. And I am going to try
Mushroom.
to grapple this guy with Bigby's hand. So it's we're gonna do a grapple check.
Go ahead and roll that.
The strength score of 26. Is it or is he
Athletics.
medium or smaller though?
He is medium, yes.
Okay, so I get to roll that with advantage.
Well, you're gonna roll it normally because it normally would be a disadvantage.
Fuck. Okay. 20.
All right. I need to have him roll
Athletics or acrobatics.
to try
Yeah.
and counter that and beat a 20. Let's see.
Oh shit!
Oh, he did not. Yeah. So again,
All right.
you shoot this like giant shadowy hand out, and he kind of goes to like step back or away from it. You just kind of scoop him with like the last finger, just
Yoink.
like nope, and like you just kind of you grab him in. He's now fully restrained. Looks over at his friend who's
Okay.
also restrained, just like.
Just a pair of restrained boys.
And that is all I can do for now, I think.
All right, this one goes up now. The one up here, I think the one restrained, but they're both restrained. So I guess he will take. He will try to break the grapple. So let's do that again, I guess.
Okay.
So yeah.
Is it still just normal roll?
Yep, he's still. Yeah.
Okay.
Mhm.
Oh no.
Uh-oh. That doesn't sound
Uh-oh. Fuck.
good. Uh-oh. Yeah.
Okay, never mind.
So you wiggle around for a while. Like you see that you can I don't know if you can you feel this hand, Zanari?
I don't think so.
Well, you're
That's not how I imagined it,
yeah.
at least.
And then like as you're kind of like holding out this grasp, eventually you kind of see a figure just slip out of the top, do a couple of flips and land. Does not look happy at all.
Right.
That does take up his movement though, so he's gonna just have to attack now. And I think.
Oh wait, was it not an action to break out of the
you're
grapple?
right. Yeah, you're right. That's
Yeah.
true. So I guess he can only move then.
Okay, wasted his action. This is good.
So yeah, in that case,
stuff.
he will just start hopping down. He'll hop down to here, and then he'll come to just about here-ish and stop. And again, just you can see those blades kind of whipping around him again as he assumes a stance. The blades kind of fan out behind him. Just, you are making a mistake. And that is his turn. His friend goes up. He will also try to break the grapple he is currently under. Actually, you know
take
what?
1d6 first.
That's true.
Because he's
Go ahead and take the 1d6.
Young.
Mm-hmm. -5. So he is going to. Does he actually need to break? Yes, he does. So he's gonna go ahead and try to break the grapple as well. So let me go ahead and do that same roll I just did again. It's the same, just DC 13 strength to get out of this one, right?
It's
I think it's a strength save every time.
Yep.
yeah, it's strength 14.
Oh, nope.
Oh.
Still restrained, so he's gonna just but that's not a grapple, so it's not him breaking the action. It's not him breaking. It's not an action to it. He just tries to do it every turn. So he will still take his attack.
Mhm.
He can only do the. Actually, you know what? He'll go ahead and take his regular attack. These will be at disadvantage because he's restrained currently. The only person within his range for these normal attacks is gonna be Wolf. So Wolf, prepare to take some attacks. So again, while still restrained, you kind of see him trying to like work his hands around and manipulate, and the blades start kind of coming around, spinning and trying to come at you. First one. second one. And last one. Oof, that last one does hit. So Wolf,
I do have an AC of 17 at the moment with the shield, but yeah.
So Wolf, you're gonna take that much slashing damage. Well, ignore the crit, so just the 10.
Mm.
So yeah, take 10,
So
which is
5.
half to 5 for you. As again, just a couple of blades kind of whirl around a bit and kind of come this time from like where they came from you, like and hit your shoulder last time. They kind of come around and hit the opposite side next time. I like again slicing across like the other side of the back shoulder this time.
Although, actually, sorry, I forgot that I have this, but if he can't move, I'm going to use a reaction. To add this to my AC.
Oh, look at that.
So
Yeah,
that's actually,
more than enough.
I think 25.
Yeah, you're good. So yeah, you again like you go to bring the blades come around again. And you just kind of like, well, what do you do? How does this manifest?
This is the tail ability. So this tail that has been hardened to spikes. I think that as Wolf is like blocking with his shield the regular blows, this tail, as these blades get past, just kind of swipes them out of the air without Wolf really having to look away.
Yep. Which is again just very, very impressive. And yeah, that's that.
Enough stopping power. He's gonna lay into this guy in a second, but other
That's-
people's turn first.
Mitz, do your thing.
All right. Does technically Mako go first because he has higher dexterity, or?
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
think so.
Oh yeah, true. You're
I
right.
was asking.
Go ahead.
My turn.
Yep.
All right. So Mako is going to use his cunning action to dash over to where Wolf is.
Okay. Remember that it's jump up.
And I can fly.
Never mind. You're good.
Just air sprint up.
I
be clear, I also think that
believe
Wolf-
I can.
Also, to be
Right.
fair, I think Wolf
Am I allowed to stand
jumping
here?
for his daily thing. But...
And I will take a swing at this guy with my dagger.
Go for it.
Now we assumed that you were gonna shoot at the other guy while you were standing next to me.
It is advantage.
I do have advantage.
So yeah, go
Oh,
ahead and roll that.
oops.
'Cause that 15 would not hit.
All right. Well, roll again.
Okay.
25 does hit. And he's
Does a
gonna,
25 hit?
he does. He's gonna take a reaction. So you, as you kind of again, Mako, as you kind of come down at him with like your hidden daggers, you see these blades as he kind of like he brings his hands close in. Those blades are kind of whipping up into like a spin around him rapidly. Let me do that. Boop. So I'm gonna go ahead and roll that now. How much damage did you do? Ooh, that's more than enough. Yeah. So.
Although actually, Mako didn't add his sneak attack damage, which
Oh,
he
that's
would
true.
have on this.
That's true.
Yeah.
That's
Well, that's a separate roll for me.
So go ahead and do that. Yeah, do that roll. So because it matters.
Yeah.
Yeah, that matters a lot.
17.
So he would deflect.
So it's 8 in total. I think.
Yeah. So yep. So he takes 8 damage. And yeah, as you kind of see the blades kind of spin with intent to like recoil and crash back at you, but you cut straight through that with your dagger and kind of punch into his side a little bit before you are like batted away.
Okay.
Anything else for you?
And then, because I hit with a sneak attack, and this guy is within 30 feet of the first guy,
Oh no.
I will cast Wails from the Grave on this guy.
Do it.
Let's do it.
Doesn't he just take the same? Oh nope, it's a new sneak attack thing. Right.
Yeah, it's a different dice modifier.
Take that damage.
All right. And that's necrotic.
Yep. So yeah, as you kind of reach out with like this phantom energy, this one doesn't even notice that. He instinctively kind of brings the blades up to block it, but you can't block that energy, so it just impacts him and just he kind of does not look very happy. Mitz, it's on you.
All right.
This is a regrettable outcome, but
Well-
unavoidable. It seems.
Yeah, Mitz is actually going to walk up first next to Z, and then cast Blazing Chariot.
Oh. Oh, okay.
Oh,
Big
right down.
spenders here.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Oh,
Guess we'll
Getting
just
kind of
stand there.
Elijah-ish up in here.
Let
Gonna
me-
lean into that god complex, huh?
It's like, you can kind of see like this like chariot with instead of horses, they're like winged serpents attached to the front.
Damn, that's cool.
And like it's very much like with the gold feathered motif, I guess you could say. But Mitz designates herself, Z, and I guess since Ploy is next to it, Ploy as safe, and is just kind of like motions to them get on, and Mitz hops onto the chariot.
Then losers were going fighting.
Get in, losers, we're going murdering. Anything else for you, Mitz?
So the chariot itself has a move speed of like 50 feet and a fly speed of 40. So I'm actually not certain if Mitz can
If you are riding it, I'll say it moves on your action, but I'll say if you're waiting for Ploy and Zanari, then I'll say that we'll let them take their actions if they want to get on it, and then you can move it.
Got it. So Mitz is gonna wait for them to get on it before
Okay.
Mitz can do any sort of like movement then.
In that case, anything else for you, or back to Ploy?
That back to Ploy.
Ploy, hit it. Literally.
All right. Mitz, I'm not getting on that. I only ride net.
All right, just make sure you and Net stay away from it then, because it's
Can do.
you can kind of feel like a radiation of just like fire.
Yep.
Just
So I'm gonna cast Hail of Thorns at level 2.
Okay.
Because why not?
Mm-hmm.
And I'm gonna follow that up with a throw of the Bloody Javelin,
You got it.
and I'm gonna use up 2 of the charges on it,
Mm-hmm.
and I'm gonna throw it at this one.
You
I
got
don't
it.
want to hit my friends with the Hail of Thorns.
Do it. 17 hits.
Okay. I'll take it.
He will not take the reaction. So go ahead and roll the damage for Hail of Thorns.
Okay. So I cast it at level 2, so that's 2d10.
Mm-hmm. And did you add your extra 1d8 from the? Did you do 2d8 for the bloody javelin?
I did not. I
Okay.
need to add
So
that.
add one more d8.
Yes. I will also say. No.
Okay.
I will also say I'm gonna use my piercer feat
Uh huh.
to reroll. I rolled a 1 on the d6 of the piercing damage,
Sure did.
so I'm gonna reroll
Go ahead
that.
and Roll that. Okay, so we're adding 4 to that 7 for 11, plus 16 necrotic for 27, plus 14
Piercing.
for hold on, math. 14 plus 27 is 41 damage.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
This guy does not expect to see that, like, this... Like, as you throw the bloody javelin, you almost see his eyes, like, widen a bit as he sees, like, the blood gem. So much so that, like, he loses focus for a second, and it impacts him right in the side. And you see this, like, black tendrils of energy start to crawl through him before he rapidly pulls it out and throws it. And he's just, like... You see him fall over for a bit, just... What madness have you wrought?
I'll show you what madness. I'm gonna throw the other mummy javelin at him.
26 hits for another 15 damage. As the other one just impacts him in like almost in the same area. As again, he just like much more calmly this time, just pulls it and throws it, and then like you see him just. I am one with my blades, and they start to spin up to life around him again. Wolf, it's on you.
Yep.
That raises an interesting question. So there's like 8 of these blades?
Yeah, about 8 each.
Spinning around the guy?
Mm-hmm.
How big are they?
Roughly dagger sized.
Damn. This is probably a little fancy, but I feel like this is something Wolf would kind of instinctively pick up on. I want Wolf to prepare an action and try and get this guy to attack him, and his goal is to try and get his shield in the right space so the daggers fly into it, like all of them in a big sweeping motion, and then he's going to take it and try and pin them to the ground when he gets attacked.
Okay.
Or at least as many as he can get stuck into the shield the next time he gets attacked.
Okay.
And then Wolf is also going to use his bonus action to shift, so he gets a little bit of health back.
Okay. Anything else for you? As you
I'm gonna
ready
add
your
some
shield
flavor
and
to
shift
that.
into your werewolf form.
Yeah, and I think Wolf hears this, like, I'm one with my blade from the other guy, and it's like, how about you? How one with blades are you, motherfucker? And he's trying to maybe play it off, but also is kind of a little bit like, we got this, what do you want?
Fair enough.
Like, kind of in his face about it. And then, yeah, he also gets even, like, hairier and rougher than normal, so now he has a +1 to his AC and all that.
Mm-hmm. Big Jesus. It's all you. It's all you.
Sorry, what?
Jesus.
Jesus.
Christ.
Because you're a god now.
Right. Okay. You know, in high school, people called me Yeezus because I liked that Yee meme. So I guess that's yep. This is my legacy.
Come full
All right, I'm
circle.
gonna get in the chariot. We're
I'm
going
gonna get in the
murdering,
chariot.
I
We're
guess.
going murdering.
And
If you want, Mitz, you can move the chariot before Zanari takes her action.
oh, okay. Can I take my bonus action first? Because
Go
I'm
ahead.
in range of
Do
right
your
now.
thing,
I am
then.
going to action bestow Tale of the Friends on him, so he is able to regain some health. Let me equal
who?
to roll my bardic to Wolf. So
Okay.
roll my bardic inspiration die plus my charisma. So let me roll that real fast.
Big roll.
D10 plus 5. Ooh, max
Oh,
roll, so
big
15.
tens.
Let's go.
Loving the rolls tonight, guys. Wow.
So that was my action. Yeah, and then my bonus action. I'm going to take my Bigby's hand and move it back over to your boy. And I guess I'm just gonna
So
try to
Gucci
yeet him. Like,
It's gonna-
I'm just gonna use the forceful hand action for this. So I'm gonna try to like push him back, like more towards like the entrance of this cave, I guess.
Okay.
I'm just gonna try to push him in that direction. So I have to roll. What do I have?
I don't know.
I think I have to roll another athletics. Hold on, I'm like going between so many tabs right now.
I believe in you.
We believe.
Let's see. Yeah. Okay. So it's gonna be an athletics contest.
Can I do acrobatics? Or does it have to be athletics?
This is strictly athletics,
Yikes. Okay.
and I'm guessing I still can't do this with advantage, right?
No. Wait, no, you're not grappling him. So, no, you can.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You're just pushing him.
Okay. Cool.
Yeah, you can. Totally fine.
All right. Advantage to push. Wait, why didn't it do the? Okay, hold on. I'll just roll it a second time. It should have done it, but that's fine. Where are you at? I'm back.
Again.
Oh well.
Oh, you got him.
Okay. So this hand just kind of like palms and like pushes him
No.
back. And yeah, just like
Imagine
no.
it's a hand,
So
just-
let me look at the whole feat. So 5 feet plus the number of feet equal to 5 times my spell casting ability, so it's a total of 30.
Okay. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. Yeah, you just... Again,
And yeah,
yeah.
the hand moves with the target to remain in 5 feet of it, so it's just like a hand in front of stuff.
Yeah, just... Again,
I believe
just,
a hand can take opportunity attacks.
Well, I don't think the forced
Okay.
movement forces
I don't know.
opportunity attacks,
Yeah.
so...
No, I'm just saying it stays there in case
Oh,
he
that's
moves.
true. Speaking
Yeah.
of which, it's his turn. And he's not going to
Okay.
stay there. So, opportunity attack
Yeah,
if
I
you want,
figured.
at disadvantage.
Okay, sure.
4, 5,
So,
6. He
I
can
guess
get to
yeah,
there.
this would be the clinch fist thing because it has like actions, but it doesn't have like specific like.
Right.
So,
Oh, damn. You're out of range. Huh.
first one is 16. I don't know why it's not letting me just like, but that's fine.
Okay. So that's 16 to hit?
Hold on. Yeah, 16.
Oh,
It rolled the damage. Why did it roll the damage? Hold on. It didn't roll the thing to hit. This is the worst.
It's
D&D
okay.
Beyond, do better.
Great.
Hold on.
I have faith.
Is that 13 to hit?
Oh yeah.
Okay, no,
13.
it's a 26 to hit.
Oh, okay.
Well, it'd
yeah.
be the lower of the two rolls because it's a disadvantage. So it'd be
22.
So it'd be
but
the 16, right? Because the 16.
No, the
yeah.
22.
Or wait, no, it would be the 13.
22 and 26 are the.
Well, you rolled the 16 first, and then you rolled the 20. So it's.
Oh no. Okay, so here's what I'm talking about. So the 16 was 4d8. It rolled the damage instead of the thing. So that's why I rolled another time. So it's still that 13.
So
it
then
wouldn't
the
hit
13
in
misses.
any
Yeah.
case.
So the 13 misses.
Yeah.
Then. Okay. So then, thankfully for y'all all out of range for his main attacks. We can only do one of his other attacks, which is going to be that we can do now. So yeah, you see these blades kind of start to circle in and spiral around him. This time, you see a couple of them start to kind of like spin in place, and then he kind of forces his hand outward, and a few of them start to shoot out directly. First one's going to go at Ploy.
That misses.
Well. And the second one will go at, I guess, Zanari, who is kept safe by the AC of the chariot, which is, how much AC does the chariot have?
The chariot actually has an AC of 18.
Well, 20 still beats it.
It still hits, yeah.
And it has
Can I
50
use
hit
heal?
points.
So here comes damage.
But it is
to
also
that.
No.
it
can
is
we
also
not?
resistant to all non-magical damage.
Oh,
So
Well, in
lit.
that case, it takes 6. The chariot takes 6 damage. So like you see this guy push these like daggers out, and then he sees like them just like plink against his chariot. At that point, he's like looking and seeing like this flaming chariot in front of him, and turns and sees the giant werewolf in front of his friend, and he just, you see him kind of just hold his hand out, just, perhaps we are outclassed. And you see him just slowly start to bring his hand back in and resume that clasp stance. And the blades come back and start circling around him again. Just stay your hand. We will let them pass. And you'll see, even amongst the restrained guy, the blades go from this spiral around them to just that circle.
Both a little disappointedly. I was gonna do a cool thing. This one. It's fine.
You have our thanks.
Do not thank me. I do not know what it is you have come seeking. I do know that you will find it down there. Understand that the place you walk is hallowed ground. There are none of us left. You will face a trial to gather what you require. I pray this strength you have shown does not falter.
We are prepared to face whatever obstacles may be necessary.
Yeah, there's always a trial.
I promise that we'll honor your legacy.
is there anything that we need to do to pay respects?
Forget us. Let what remains of this old art of ours die with us. Tell no stories of our tales. Recall nothing of our histories. Let us be dust to history.
It'll be sad to see this kind of art leave the world. It's quite impressive. Wolf says that he's like not raging anymore, so he's a little more reasonable.
Ploy, do you still hold the steering strike?
I don't know that I can can I get rid of it myself?
You can just decide to
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
stop it.
yeah, it's gone. It's gone.
As the other one starts shaking his muscles loose, and the blades sort of again just still spin. Just the beauty of our art is darkened by the blood in its history. You will learn more inside.
Oh yeah, and I turned to the one that I hit with the bloody javelin. You gave me a look when you saw the blood gem. What was that about?
I assume you know what that thing is, yes?
Yeah, we have a vague idea.
Then you know it is a dark power. Dangerous to be wielded recklessly.
Yeah, I guess I was a little reckless when I made that, huh?
It's only a little bit the reason that we were wanted by the government for a while. Just kind of.
Oh, only a little. I'll take care of it.
I mean, to be fair, they're the ones who were making it in the first place.
That's true.
I sense you are more than capable. Pass through at your leisure, but steel yourselves. And he kind of just steps to the side, his blade still circling behind him. And you all can easily make your way into the cave, if you'd like.
All right. Let's go, guys.
Is the cave big enough to fit the chariot?
The cave is no question, yeah.
Okay, cool, because that chariot's gonna stick around for an hour.
Oh my god.
Okay.
I
Hopefully
love
there's
this.
nothing-
He's gonna drive through these ruins on a chariot.
I mean, it sheds light and fire.
So, how big is the chariot, by the way, Mitz? I should know this. How big is this chariot?
Well, considering it can fit up to 3 other medium or smaller creatures that I designate.
Oh, it's big as shit. Okay, cool.
Uh,
So, while you do manage to get this thing into the cave, and it brightly illuminates the high walls of this seemingly normal-looking cavern, down this extensive cave, which doesn't go down too far before you see it leads to a larger doorway, which it's not big enough to fit your chariot, no question, but you're certain this is the temple, as it were. There's this solemn wind gusting from it. Cold. It's not magical or anything, just eerie. I'm gonna go ahead and put you guys on the map as you enter into Blade Soul Temple.
Oh, no question. Just looking at it, there's no question the chariot would not fit into any of those too small.
Well,
Wolf will get up his immovable rod and probably take point unless someone wants to actually check for traps and stuff.
I will
Otherwise, Wolf's
actually
plan is
check
to-
the traps and stuff. Kind of my thing.
And Wolf stands right next to you, but just behind you in the case that like a boulder falls from the ceiling or something.
Mako, I'll save you the roll for now. This room you're in is pretty clear of traps. It sort of seems to be some sort of wide entry hall or foyer. The walls arc high up over each of you, angling in towards this split hallway on either side. There's no light. While there are spaces for torches, nothing is lit down here, so it's a little hard to see. But just at the edge of either hallway, you can see a door, a double door, on either side. You haven't entered the hallway, so you don't know if there's any traps beyond that. But mostly, the room you're in, safe. If you'd like to move into the hallway and check that for traps, that's a roll.
so that you said there's a door in front of each hallway?
Mm-hmm. Here, I'll even give you guys a little more context.
Understanding door, a double door.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, a double door.
Give me a second.
Alright.
I'll give you guys a little bit more context for it.
I'll go and check the top hallway for traps then.
Is there anything special about the doors? Like, do they have anything written on them?
They are... Actually, yes. Funny you say that. So, do you go with Mako down the hallway? Because it's not really... you can't really tell from where you are currently, unless you have dark vision. Do you have dark vision?
Do I? I don't think so. No, I
Wolf
don't.
does 60 feet of it.
Well, so, Mako, you're checking this
Lantern.
upper hallway for traps, and it seems clear. You don't see anything, any mechanisms to trigger or anything. You move down the hallway, you check very slowly. You seem like you get to it fine. As you approach this door, there are two figures on either double door. One has their hand, kind of like they're definitely Sithani. You could tell kind of like by the rough geometry of their physiology. They are in elaborate poses. One with their hands up and kind of an arm coming down. Looks like it might be like a slicing motion. The other with both hands kind of thrust outward. And that's that. And that's sort of but the doors themselves also don't look trapped or armed or anything like that. Anyone going down the other hallway?
You guys picked the left one, right?
Yeah.
Yep. And Z and
Yeah, if we're
Fritz
going
are
down the
kind of
left one.
compelled to pick the left one.
Floyd's
But,
gonna
I have a good feeling about it, you know?
yeah.
Z, quick question. Do you have dark vision?
I'm pretty sure I do. Hold on.
Floyd's just gonna ignore them, pull a torch out of Net's bag and light it, and hold it in a hand.
Yeah,
Fair.
Mako's
I
gonna
also
pull out
have
his
the
tool
light
bag
cantrip.
and use some of its and use the oil.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So
Okay.
you guys can easily light, and you make you more clearly see the hallway. It's disheveled. There's some cobwebs in places. You can sense that no one's really been down this hallway for a while. Ploy, are you walking down this that other hallway down there?
Yeah.
As you're walking, you come down the hallway. It's the similar look of just these high walls with not much signature or anything on them. You're approaching the door, and as you have the torch out, you can see down the hallway pretty clearly. There similarly is two figures on the door. One is sort of sweeping both hands outward in like a sort of pushing out to either side gesture, and the other is kind of crashing down with a single hand in a swipe almost gesture. And you're looking at these figures, kind of wondering what the hell they might mean. When play with your AC.
19.
A row of darts fly out from one side of the wall you're coming down, but you are just shy of where they're flying through. One whizzes right by your nose, and they impact you to the wall nearby. You're just like,
Why do I always get the side that's trapped? Every time, guys.
you didn't go
We
left.
keep picking left because there was a whole thing with Zanari about that I don't really understand, but it seems like that's the
left
better
just
one.
feels good, and
Yeah.
see, I'm right. I was right.
Yeah.
It's like,
It's
gotta
a
agree
very
with you, sis.
left-leaning campaign.
I guess
Never
that's
led
fair.
me astray.
Same here.
Hey, the
That
Always gotta
never
go-
trust a dude in a tunic.
That's true. Hey, the statues are different on this side, though. I don't know if that means anything. It probably does, but
Anyone trying the door?
Mitz is gonna actually manifest Na's consciousness and try to send it through the door.
Not manifest
Using
as a
Yaz
humanoid.
beta, see?
Well, Na can scout,
Mhm.
I guess.
The more appropriate term is scout. Thank you very much. Figures kind of float forward, gliding along, down the hallway. They fade through the double doors. Just a moment or two of just quiet. Eventually, they fade back through. It's an atrium of some kind. Large. Beautiful, really. But nothing in there. This door also isn't magically enchanted at all. It's just a door.
Is it locked?
I don't know. I can't touch it.
Did you see a lock?
No.
does my door connect to the same room? I shout from the other hallway.
Seems so.
All right, and then I'm gonna turn around and come back and join the others.
All right.
Well, Mako, if you don't see a lock or a trap, then I'll just open it.
You going for the door, Wolf?
Yeah.
It's heavy.
Well, you'd say that out loud. If you don't see anything, I'll open it.
It's heavy as fuck. Roll me athletics for me if you don't mind.
Do not have advantage at this at the moment because I am not raging, but I could be.
13. So it takes you a good bit. You gotta really, really work at it for a while. You know, you're like sort of like digging in with your shoulder for a while. But eventually you do kind of get it to like dislodge from where it was seated. You push on it, and it's much easier from there. And
He's
yeah,
this close to raging when it opens up. It's like, I'm gonna. Oh, okay. It's...
yeah, and you
Don't like this stuff.
you all find yourselves able to enter into this atrium area ahead of you. The room you enter in.
Check for traps.
The room you enter in is massive. 4 large pillars hold up what looks to be a huge, huge ceiling, high, maybe 30 or so feet up above your heads. Or used to. Some of the ceiling is collapsed in, and in fact, Ploy, you find that torch of yours a bit less useful as some natural light seems to have seeped in a bit from the top of the this where the roof is collapsed. It's obvious to tell from the debris in front of you that one of the pillars collapsed down and is sprawled out all around in front of you. The room is relatively, well, Spartan. There's not too much fanciful decoration or elaborate carving or anything of any sculptures or anything. There are some faded inscriptions on the wall. And inscriptions is a weird word to say. They're pictures. A couple of figures, all about in different spots. But you all notice they're in those same 4 poses. The slicing hand, the pushing out, the pushing in sideways, and the chop down. You also notice, although a lot of them are disheveled and damaged, some of them are still standing. Well, look like humanoid figures made of straw and wood and maybe some reinforced metal, bolted down to positions in the floor. And you can see as the wind rustles them back and forth, they are made to kind of gyrate back and forth on their position. They're training posts.
Oh, guys, I read this. I know this. I heard this from a story when I was younger. There was a place with pictures on the wall, and then they had the people, and they had to follow the pictures and do the movements, and then the door opened.
So they want us to dance?
It's funny
I
you say
mean-
that. There aren't really doors to this room. There's one, besides the 2 you guys came through. There's a door down here. Let me get the right tool, sorry. There's a door down here. There's a long hallway straight forward here. And another hallway down this way.
Ploy, I think this is probably more where they trained. The dummies seem to be able to take damage. Very damaged. I assume that these forms are just to remind students this is the 4 basic forms, whatever their martial capability was.
Maybe you're right.
Do we recognize these poses from the guys outside and the poses they made as they did stuff?
Yes, you do. In fact, I'll even be, because they used, well, 3 of the 4, you'd all recognize Wolf when you got up and that one was kind of chopping at you. It was doing sort of like the, sort of a sequence of dance moves almost that look like variations on that sort of slicing, chopping motion. Zanari, the one that sort of like sent blades like shooting out at you in the chariot, did that sort of thrusting motion. And I'm actually pretty sure that was it? No, it wasn't Wolf. It was Mako. When one tried to counter your dagger blow, it sort of brought up its hand, and you pierced through its like counter, but you can sense that it was going for that like kind of downward chopping motion as if it would have made the counter. The only one you guys don't recall seeing at all is that sort of push, like push sideways.
Damn.
My father was quite good at this sort of unarmed combat thing, was quite delicate with these motions. They don't remind me of his, but they sort of do.
Guess that makes
Very
sense.
traditional, fine form sort of thing.
And yeah, most of the cavern winds just rustle as the room is empty and left to y'all to do whatever you want to do.
I say door last.
So
I agree.
now, hold on.
Mhm.
If we're believing what Z said about going left, If I just
Yeah.
walk down this left path, nothing should
Mhm.
happen, right?
I mean, I
Absolutely
would still
nothing.
check for
Does
traps.
Ploy walk down
because-
this little path as he says that?
You know,
And I'm gonna take a single step.
I wouldn't
and
bother
then
checking
wait.
for traps. You're looking down the hallway, Ploy,
Yeah.
and you're hearing. Well, you're hearing this whirring motion. As you see this.
Ah, for fuck's sake. What was you saying about left?
Oh, maybe it's the you thing.
You know what? I'm just gonna sit here and wait. You guys decide. I'm just gonna wait until you guys make up your mind.
So yeah, Ploy,
I'm not taking a step.
down the hall in front of you, or before you turned away, obviously, there's
Yeah.
this wide chasm that you can't really see the bottom of it. It's too far down. On either side is this large bladed contraption, like a circle with blades sticking out. You almost couldn't tell because one side on the right is still whirring rapidly. The left, however, is stagnant. It's not moving at all.
Only the penitent man will pass. We know this.
Wide chasm.
Nobody.
What is the?
No, I got it.
What are you talking about, Zenari? What is this about?
I don't know. Yeah, the penitent man. I haven't told that story, have I? I'll have to tell you at some point.
Ploy's kind of got over the fact that
Fascinating.
his luck is awful,
Sounds like
and he's gonna.
it comes directly after a much less interesting story, which in turn came after a much more interesting story.
All right, we got the joke. Get fucked, okay?
So
Jesus.
Ploy's gonna
Why
take
did
his torch and just drop it down the chasm, and just let's see how gauge how deep it actually is.
You stop seeing the light.
Gonna waste a perfectly good torch like that.
It falls for a
It's
couple
dark.
of seconds, and then you stop seeing the light. You hear a sound as it hits the bottom. It's a while
Alright. Wow.
Hmm. And the walls are all covered in blades?
though. Well, again, right once, it's the actual spinning contraption itself is at about like,
Well, if it's a chasm, perhaps.
well, the actual contraption itself is about like chest level for y'all, like the spinning sort of trap itself. On either side. Again, the right side is still whirring rapidly. The left side, however, is not.
Could
Do
just
we
walk
see
over it.
anything on the other side of the chasm?
A hallway.
Do you want to scout down that for us?
Nah, slides down real quick just to take a look at it, see what's going on, and then just stops and yells back, "It's a hallway. It splits left and right here."
How high is the ceiling above this trap?
About a good 20 or so feet up.
All right. Unless you guys have any other thoughts, I'm just gonna.
Wolf is going to jump. Like, he's been backing up while they've been looking at it. Now he's just gonna fucking jump it because,
Roll me athletics,
I-
please.
but like,
Please don't die.
you gotta hear me out, is that with the running jump, he gets like 16 feet. And then he gets to add his athletics proficiency to that distance because I picked jumping today. So, like, I don't know that I could actually fail. That's super easy, but...
Is no one gonna try and vault off the
Oh no,
stationary?
the acrobatics, the athletics is it for if you fail the jump? Go ahead.
Okay.
Oh.
Dirty 20. Wolf, you leap, and you're almost in midair as you recognize the space between these two blade traps is not enough for you to fit. So you have to like
Yeah.
pivot yourself in midair.
Ah.
And you all watch as like Wolf's chest hair, just like the outer one or two, just as he just spins and topples to to a heap on the other side, but rolls and is perfectly fine otherwise. Like checks himself, just like, good, I'm good. And yeah,
So-
you're over there.
So what I was gonna say is,
It's
I-
fine.
Get on net and spider climb and go across the ceiling.
Which you are welcome to do if you want. It's more than high enough.
Yeah, I would rather do that.
I have an alternative idea.
Oh well, I mean,
And-
I should.
Literally just flies across.
Well,
As I say this, I just float across.
well, I mean, I was gonna mention this when the first person got over, but now that 3 are over, I might as well mention it. One of the 3 of you notice there's a lever on the side of the wall.
Oh my fucking god.
Wolf just... That's probably not a trap, and pulls it. Just narrow it for a second. It'll probably be fine.
The blade stops spinning.
Yeah, I think that works. Do I pull it down to stop it spinning or forward? Regardless, Wolf's gonna try and like use whatever, maybe pebble or rock or something to try and like
Oh, the lever was
just make
on
it
the
a little harder to
wall.
go the way.
You
Yeah.
shoved it down. It's like firmly down.
Okay.
It's not coming back up.
Yeah, okay. It's just like that. Don't want that turned back on.
I mean, you could break it if you want to.
More worried I wouldn't be able to interact with it later.
Fair
So
enough.
Remember,
gonna,
this
like-
is a sacred place to the monks.
Yeah,
So
so
it's
Yeah,
gonna
I
go
don't want
across the chasm.
yes.
You guys want a ride on net? He'll help you guys across if you don't want to jump.
Yeah, that would be great. I'm not good at the long jump.
Okay.
It's like Mrs.
Whoa.
Mrs. like I could try to glide, but that would require me getting enough height. So let's just go on net. Actually,
All right.
well, it's
It's all
my,
you,
my
buddy.
plan was to help people off of net from the side of the wall. It's not as easy to hang on there as you think. I didn't just jump because I can.
Oh yeah. Net Net, happily shambles back over and like one at a time offers, to like let Zenari and Mitz come over and Wolf, you help them come down as they're on the side of the wall. It's a nice, sweet, wholesome moment of friendship and camaraderie. And as you're on this side, you can now see that the hallway stretches down 2 ways. Up here, it kind of caps off at the end here with nothing really important, but stretches down 2 ways.
All right. I'm gonna
Before
try
we
this one
choose a
more
way to
time.
go, I want to inspect this area to see if there are any secrets, just in case.
Like, you looking for traps?
Traps,
Where's secret
triggers,
tunnel?
hidden buttons.
See,
As you're
tunnel.
as you're piercing your lantern and looking around down the hallway and such, well, one, you see that this over here opens up to a room down here this way, and over here on this side, there's another hallway it cuts down to.
Well, definitely keep going left, but Floyd, there's going to be traps every direction. What we really have to judge is if you pick left and the right one was untrapped, then it is just you. But if they're both trapped, then it doesn't matter which one you pick.
Well, we might as well test this one
Is
last
this
time.
like the
And I'm
time
gonna
for
take
science
2
experiment?
steps this way and then wait.
Ooh, 2 steps, feeling bold.
Nothing happens. Just the wind rustling down the cavern hallway.
Then I'm
Hey,
gonna
this one might be
slowly
fine.
make my way down.
You can
Be
make
like,
your way
"See,
down the
guys?
hallway. It's not trapped.
It was just a fluke.
Perhaps I should take the lead, boy. I am the one who knows how to disarm traps.
Okay. I just listen. I had to try it.
You find that hallway untrapped, and as you make your way down the hallway, you find yourself in an open room. And I apologize, I have not given stream the proper view of this. That's my bad. Let's go ahead and give
Sorry, chat.
Sorry, chat.
Oh, yeah.
There we
You guys
go.
are looking at
Fixed it.
We're professionals, Chad.
Sorry,
Yeah.
I fixed it.
sometimes.
So
Professional organization.
you enter into this large open room. It's wide. There's a path clearly down the middle where there's nothing in your way but the cobble floor. However, on either side of you are these rows of stone fixtures, rectangular, and just in place. There's about 10, 15 or so, 12 actually, in perfect number on either side. And directly ahead of you is an empty spot, a brazier, which you sense would be lit with either fire or incense at some point, and a wide wall with inscriptions on it. In fact, all the fixtures seem to have some kind of writing on them.
I have any idea what that means?
Oh, it's Sathani.
Oh, okay.
I don't even
Cool.
know what that means.
I'm guessing it's names.
Ploy, do you speak Sathani?
I know Draconic.
Oh yeah. Actually, it's funny because you start kind of looking at some of these these fixtures over on left and right, brushing some dust away, and you start trying to piece together what you maybe can for meaning of this. And the syllables are rough at first, but you start speaking out loud, and you're like, Mula Bane Tolfa? No, that's Mula bin Talfa? These are names. And you start recognizing that all the ones on these individual things here are, they're all names. And on the other side, same thing. All names.
Does this seem to be like almost a place of remembrance? Like just kind of going up here to like this altar looking thing at the end of the chamber. Like, is that kind of the vibe I'm getting from this?
Oh, it's more than the vibe you're getting from this. Zanara, you go to look at this large altar-like slab here at the far wall. As you're investigating, you can read Sathani pretty fluently at this point. You've spent more than enough time practicing with it. It starts off with this sort of declaration of some kind. We offer this altar to those of us who have made the choice, to our bonded brothers, our loves, our souls. And then it's a list of full names. In fact, you're noticing that it's a list of names. But as you're looking, there's double the number of names that you would expect considering the number of, things you're seeing, the individual names you see on the individual stones. There's double. In fact, you recognize half of the names you can match up. There's sort of like 4 columns, almost in pairs. And on each pair of columns, you recognize 1 column of names as the ones that are on these names around here. The other ones? No idea. Just names. But as you're looking around at this place, this isn't just a place of remembrance. It's a place of burial.
See, do you think maybe it might possibly be their partnered blades?
Could be. Not entirely sure of the custom of naming the blade. I know that's something that goes across some cultures. I'm not sure if it's this one. Even maybe a little darker to think is perhaps those that were to be.
Sorry, I didn't hear that, Z.
Yeah, you cut out.
Sorry. Maybe I'm trying to like stay in frame, like in camera on the stream, and also be near
It's very
my
hard.
mic.
Listen,
And
I feel you.
I'm
It's
playing
hard,
a
okay?
balancing act.
It's
Okay,
very
I'm playing
hard.
a balancing act.
You're doing
here.
fine, love.
All right. Yeah, I'm not entirely sure if that is a custom that belongs to this culture, but perhaps a little darker is these could be names belonging to those who didn't make it back here for burial. I'm not sure though.
Yeah, it does.
Who's to say?
I mean, if their fighting styles are like the ones we fought outside, they don't have just 2 blades. They have
True.
many. I don't know if they name each individual one or a swarm of them, but it would make more sense if it were
They probably named their
like
collective-
partners.
Yeah.
There were 2 of them outside.
We did fight too. Mitz is actually going to, I guess, she's going to light the brazier actually, and like offer a quick prayer to the souls of the departed.
Yeah, you as you light the brazier, you sense that it's sort of perfectly placed to cast just the right amount of light around this room, and yeah, you can now fully get a good read on all the names on these individual plaques here, and yeah, they match up perfectly to again 1 column of each thing, but each one is definitely paired together with another name from that column you don't recognize. And that's mostly everything you guys recognize in this room. There's not much else for you guys to get in here. If you want to stick around and talk, you're more than welcome to, but you can also feel free to move on.
We move on and leave this room alone, personally.
Yep. Floyd's gonna leave a single sweet roll next to the brazier as an offering.
This is
The most Floyd thing possible. I love it. And yeah, you can all proceed back down the hallway as you'd like. The hallway does go further down another way if you'd like to proceed down that way.
sure.
I'm gonna stop here and say, all right, I think I've had enough of taking the lead this time.
Like, I'm sorry, I'm squishy, but if not, would like to scout further. That's
Mako, go ahead and roll to check traps while scouts ahead.
All right.
As you all do
That's
see
the
a door
investigation
ahead of you.
Can I help him with that?
Sure, of
'Cause
course. Why not? Go ahead and take advantage,
I don't.
Mako.
Although I don't think I have.
Yeah, Mako,
Actually, I have a
yeah.
-1 to investigation. I don't know
No,
that I'm
Mako,
allowed
go ahead
to.
and roll again. Take advantage, Mako. Roll again. It's fine. Oh yeah, 22.
Wow.
Yeah. Mako, as you're
22,
sweeping down
man.
this hallway, you're getting the sense that like that entranceway was trapped to keep certain people out, but whatever you are back here, this further back in the temple, it's probably a bit more of a sacred, more hallowed place for more revered members of the temple. So there's not really any traps or threats of harm this far back. In fact, as you're taking in the layout of this thing, you're starting to think that that big chasm with spinning blades is not a trap. It's a test for initiates.
Well, pass.
Sure did.
Hey.
That's not what those monks were talking about. I'll be disappointed if it was.
Well, I'm sure it was more difficult when both of them were spinning, and there was probably like a proctor who also like judged your form or something like that.
In
Yeah,
either
also-
case,
Also, he would
Almost
say you
cheated
can't
a
just
little
fly
bit.
through. That's illegal.
in either case, you approach the door and it's not locked. It's also nowhere near as heavy as the other door you had to get open. So any of you can push it open with no problem. And you find yourselves entering into what looks to be some sort of sanctum. As you cross into the threshold, you see two.
Is that a secret sanctum?
It's a sanctum that is secret, so maybe.
Sanctum Sanctorum.
Ah, God damn it. As you move your way into this sanctum proper, you notice, well, a couple of things. First, obviously, are the two massive statues on either side of it, which are, again, of figures in poses, although you don't recognize either of these poses as any of the ones you saw the guys do previously, or from the inscriptions or on the walls. These are two different, you could wager probably more advanced poses. Zenari and Mitz, though, my resident bookworms, you'd immediately recognize, well, the banks and racks of scrolls and things littering the walls.
Books. Should we
Knowledge.
touch them?
Anyone not being a nerd would probably recognize there are two chests at the far end of the room.
Ooh, stuff.
How many of those
I would
weapons
imagine-
did Kevin say were hidden here?
Only said one that there was one weapon here, but it could easily be broken into two pieces. It just seems odd they would keep it in a chest and not display it as the probably very sacred implement that it is. But I mean, we could check.
Do you want to check to see if they're trapped? Because I'm not going to touch them anymore.
I'll do it.
What?
We could also definitely have. Wolf was like, well, we could have. I mean, Mitz, if you could spare a moment, you could possibly also use magic to help.
This is gonna take
Check
us a
with that,
second
but-
to cast detect magic.
If you want, I could cast find traps.
Mako is quite good at that. He can.
Okay.
We need the magic part though.
Yeah, Mako, the chests aren't trapped. They're...
I am the find traps.
Yeah, I am
Yeah.
my traps.
I think this is also detecting magical traps.
And Mitz, you don't detect any magic on the chests. There is this faint magical sense coming from inside of them. It's not strong. It's very faint. Like it's not empowered. But it's in there.
Okay.
Anybody open
What
the
about
chest?
it's a 30-foot like radius? So is there anything like in the scrolls or anything?
No. Just scrolls.
Okay.
Read to your heart's content, my friend.
All right. So Mitz is gonna just give a quick look over to Wolf and be like, well, it seems there's some kind of magic in the chest. There's nothing on it. But I'm gonna and just points over to the shelves.
We might need to bug you later. Remember the one Illithid idol we found that one time, and everyone who touched it got all brainwashed?
Ooh, yeah, that was a bad time. Don't touch it.
I love
Yeah,
when-
I'm not touching.
I love when my characters improv things like that. It makes me very happy.
Yeah.
Like with-
What thing? I don't remember. I don't remember that.
It's because you
Exactly.
touched it first.
Net,
I don't remember.
Net just
That
like
makes
locks eyes
sense.
with you and just like,
Yeah. Okay. That makes sense.
Hey, and so.
To be fair, I was about to touch it too. You just were there faster than me.
so Mitz,
I'll be real.
you go for the scrolls to go start looking, and we'll get to that in just a second. Anybody else doing anything else around this room?
Wolf will open up one of the chests while I assume Mako, at least the last one he was checking, is going to open up.
We'll get right to that, actually. Don't you worry. Anybody else got anything? Just...
Z, come with me.
Oh
There's
yeah, I'm
books.
100% looking at the scrolls.
All right,
Come
so
with me,
It's
there's your
understood.
key, and
What are you
the
doing?
world of
Oh yeah. What are these
domination.
statues?
Ploy, as you're staring at the statue, we'll start with you actually. You're staring at the statue, really trying to figure it out. And you're not the dumbest guy in the world, Ploy. You can put things together pretty easily.
Are you sure about that?
Stop, be nice. Ploy, you recognize, well, obviously if all the inscriptions on the wall were meant to be Sethani in those poses, the forms, these two are, like as you're looking at like the way these sculptures are carved and the precise way all the muscles are crafted to kind of show almost which muscles are flexing and not, you can almost see someone in these forms. You're like, these are master level forms. These are like higher level. And then you're like, wait a minute. Guys, I think we're in some kind of like master's sanctum. We cut over to our book nerds. Mitz and Z, you're tearing through scrolls. What's this? What's that? A lot of them are different forms. Scrolls, techniques, different, basics, things like that. Meditation techniques, history scrolls, education things, medicine, basic physical training routines, exercise routines, dietary stuff. It's a library of information. A couple things catch your mind, though. Mitz, you, because you just love your big old tomes, you pull back this one just real hefty looking scroll. Like, when you unroll it, you have to, like, put it on the floor and really, really unroll it. It's not words. They're pictures. If a person in a form like this, and then the next picture is them like this, and then another like this, and then another like this, and then like this, they're forms. This is like a master guide list for the basic forms of the blade soul dancing technique. This is probably hallowed.
Mitz is like going to like quickly like pick up the scroll from the ground and kind of like dust it off as quickly as possible and like just shit. What do I do with this? Preservation spell? Z. It's a
I mean, that's, yeah, absolutely. Just at the end of the day, leaving it here, I think.
Let's
If
roll.
you guys are having this conversation out loud, Wolf would respond a bit. He did say he wanted to be forgotten. I don't know why, but you're the academics. Is that something that you respect and don't share this information, or is it more important to preserve it over his wishes?
Because on the other hand, we could make more blade dance.
I think there is a lot of wisdom to what they said. I'm not sure how long they lived, but it seems to be for a very long time. And the way that they picked through us, knowing that we weren't of the path, I think is very important. They see something that we don't. And if we put this information out there and by practice make more Blade Soul monks, I don't think it would end fair. They're not of the path, like they say.
Would it be any more dangerous than selling guns? It's a thing that already exists in the world.
Well, you know what we'll do? Floy will take over here. We can let some of the Storm Children know. I'm sure either Nakali or Lady Temin will have an idea of either potential Blade Soul Monk candidates among the Storm Children, or whether they should just be forgotten.
Mitz
Are
at
you
this
gonna
point
teach them?
is, I think, going to put a hand up and say, some things need to remain secret.
You know, it's funny. As you're having this conversation, Zanara, you're still picking through scrolls and, skim reading. You find a scroll. It's not as big as the huge tome Mitz just found. But it's got a title on it, where a lot of the other ones don't. It's in Sithani. And it says, The Path.
Oh, speaking of, yeah, I'll open it just to see what this could mean.
It's a very, very long sort of manuscript.
Fun.
It's old, you wager, probably written by one of the first to take this path. I'll save you a lot of the boring details, but it gives a generalized history of their ascension and their process of learning. How the path is one of mastery, one of focus, one of learning to master the internal turmoil above the world outside. How the path is one of sacrifice. And you wonder, sacrifice how? Now, it's almost like it answers you, because the next part begins to explain it. You see, Blade Soul monks always enter the temple in pairs. You are partnered with someone, effectively from birth, especially if you're born there. You train and learn the arts together from youth, grow, become bonded, love in a way that's not physical or sexual, but soul bonded, a soul-tied love. And in the end, when one monk is ready to step beyond, their love makes the ultimate sacrifice, imbuing their soul into the blades their partner wields. The way of the bladed soul is not one of enforcing your own soul into a blade. Plenty of despotic, magic-wielding autocrats have done that. Rather, to wield the bladed soul is to form a bond with one willing to step perfectly beyond the mortal veil and become the ultimate weapon. To be one with them. To dance with them. That is the path.
And yeah, he's probably been reading this out loud, just for afraid of having to read through everything. Let me say. So I think it's important. It's important that the techniques, the ways stay here. If someone really wanted to learn it, I think they should have to go through the trial of going through here, like we are.
And you see that...
Does it say where that trial starts? Oh, sorry.
You see that towards the bottom, there is a mention of sort of the process, how it happens. It's actually detailed, the process they go through, the sort of complex spell matrix they use. It's not a casting of a spell, but a utilization of an ancient spell matrix to transition the energy of one's soul into a hive of blades. It's detailed in this how that's done. And it's as this is happening that Wolf and Mako, you two pop open those chests. And there are rows of glittering, curved crescents. It's the blades.
If we want to allow people to eventually follow this. Oh,
Uh-oh.
Well, bye,
chicken
single.
gone.
Here, let's grab a quick break right there, actually. That sounds perfectly fine.
Oh, jeez.
Yikes.
For chat, there's apparently a fire alarm going on in her house,
Oh,
so let's take a quick break.
Yeah, let's grab a break. I was wondering what's going to happen there.
That sounds like
We'll be
break
back.
time.
Love you all.
See you in a second.
All right.
He's alive!
Oh my god!
I'm alive! I didn't die in a
That was so
fire!
fucking loud, damn, what the fuck? Okay. We're back with the Seven Sons, our homebrew actual play live stream, as our adventurers have now discovered the truth of the path and the way of the bladed soul. And now they can carry forward through more of the dungeon as they discuss what they will do with the scrolls they have found. I leave the scene to you all.
Yeah, I think we left with Mako and Wolf opening up these chests with the blades in it.
Mm-hmm.
And I think Wolf would like look at Mako and just start
Mako looks at
closing it.
Wolf and just slowly closes the lid of the chest.
Follows it exactly at the same time of like,
You
yes,
both
we
just
agree on this.
No.
Nope.
Yeah, we should leave these here for whoever becomes the next. Or if there is a next.
I'll ask the people at the front then, because I don't know that anyone else follows this path. Maybe the nomadic ones do a bit more. We could give them the chance to recover this, but I wouldn't know how to
Not
use
for
those.
us.
It seems like a waste to take it, yeah.
I suppose that may be between them and whoever else decides to follow their path.
So how would someone do that? They're all gone.
Well,
We should ask them.
there is the scroll, right?
Yeah. But it's here. Like,
Well, we haven't seen the rest of the rooms. Let me
that's
just
fair.
and Mitz is gonna I guess, like, see if she can't cast like a preservation spell on the scrolls and like put them gently back in the shelves.
Easily, yeah. You magical energy flares out around you and settles into the scrolls, kind of, reaffirming and aligning their molecular bonds. And you can, settle them back in, knowing they'll be at least secure for a few more centuries.
I have an idea. Z and I guess everyone. If I can make it, what are your thoughts on? I was thinking of like some kind of like a tent locking seal on the door to this master's sanctum. To, if we can talk with those monks outside. If someone fulfills their requirements on the path, that'll maybe let them through.
I like that.
We should allow, if there are others in the future that choose to walk the path.
I know they aren't happy with it, but so maybe initial just an initial seal based on the path that Z, if you want to give me.
Yeah, I'll just give, that's just the spark
Cliff notes.
of it, basically, yeah.
Sparkles.
Okay.
Yeah,
Cliff
it's not a
notes. All right.
problem. So yeah, I'll
All right.
say, just for the sake of moving us along out of this room, you are able to pretty easily put up that like gentle seal, and you can modify it later as you're leaving. After you speak to the monks outside, if you'd like to, it's not a problem. But yeah, other than that, the sector doesn't have much else to offer you guys.
All right, everyone out. I guess.
Everyone out.
As you're leaving, you can as you try to reorient yourselves, those of you who are more attuned to aligning yourselves in dungeons and things, you get the genuine sense that this hallway down here leads back to wherever that other branching hallway left out of from the main room.
I was just thinking about that in my copy in my notebook.
Mm-hmm.
So we could have taken this path the whole time?
Yes.
It's fine.
You went left.
As
And
well,
what an
yeah.
adventure it was.
We
That's
learned
all
things.
for nothing.
You guys said left, so we went left.
So yeah,
Technically, you said left.
as you find yourselves back here, it's back in the sort of at the apex. It's almost impossible for you not to notice. Off to the right here is a stairwell. It's where the stairs that lead down to what you assume is a lower level of this temple. But what you notice more than anything else, in front of this arcing wall of the stairwell, It's a statue. A statue of a massive, big cat. Its twin, gleaming fangs, glistening like daggers.
Let's
Ooh.
go the other way for now, and we'll come back later.
I mean,
That's a
is
real
that
big
description
cat.
something Wolf would get? Like,
Wolf.
is there like written in Zathani near there?
Wolf, no, but you look at this statue, Wolf, and a shiver goes down your spine.
I don't like the look of that statue.
No? I mean, it's a pretty scary statue, but
No, it pisses me off, and I'm not sure why.
Please do not defile the hallowed monk temple, please.
It's a statue. I'm at least mostly in control of myself. It's fine.
well, before we
I
go
don't like the
down,
look of it.
wasn't there another?
Yeah, we should check that other door.
Yeah.
As you head back into the main room, you check this last door here and find
Wolf
it to
spins
be-
one of the dummies for fun.
It's sealed.
What did I just say?
It's a training dummy. They're meant to be hit.
It's the last door there is sealed. It's not opening, even with all your effort.
Is it magically sealed?
You don't think so, no?
Friends?
No.
All right.
No,
Is
no.
it locked?
Is it similar to the seal that was repelling us in the ascension chamber?
Nope.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
Just
Okay.
you try to move the door and it doesn't move at all.
Yeah, well, just burn.
Do we try?
even use
Can we
the-
try pulling instead of pushing?
Oh my god. So
Doesn't work.
Oh, it's a lift door, guys.
So, Mitz is at the back. She kind of glances over at Mako. Kind of glances over at Z. And,
Yes.
okay. Alright, because, Mitz was actually going to, cast knock on the door.
Well,
Just please check Discord and save your spell slot.
Yeah. But,
yeah,
not
too
like,
late.
I think.
well, Mitz was thinking about it and was like, I think Mitz like has like I guess, whatever like knowledge, wisdom coming from like her own, I guess like tie to divinity is like telling her there's not much to be learned through growing through this door, and is just going to.
Nice recovery.
No, actually, I don't think there's anything we can learn from here.
Yeah, it's just a body pillow room.
Sorry, I wasn't ready.
Fucking hell.
Pray tell, Zanari, what is this body pillow
Nope.
you speak of?
No.
I would.
Imagine very lonely fans of certain
I would.
actors.
I
and
would
then-
take. I would take the statue over this conversation, and Ploy's gonna walk down the hallway.
It's like, this is fair.
I don't know what possessed me to think of that, but that's what happened.
So Ploy,
But anyway,
you're looking at the statue as you approach it first. You start getting this feeling in the back of your like skull. It's not like a shiver or anything, but you can, as you're looking at the statue, the thing it represents, you can tell without really like having to remember, even if you've forgotten the recalling of what the god beasts look like, the different forms from Temen's tale way back. This thing's a god beast, or not itself. It's the statue
But it's
of a god
representative,
beast.
right?
Hell, I don't even think you need to ask yourself the question. It's the god beast.
Right.
Wolf's giving it the stink eye until you say something.
This, I mean, it's like this. This is it. I don't know what to say. It's scary.
I'm sorry.
This is it. What is it? What is the it is?
It's the God Beast. It's the one. You know the one. It's that one.
Yeah, no wonder I don't like it.
But why is it here?
Did we already
I-
know that the Soul Blade people, these monks guys, used to be like what's the word? The keepers? Isn't that what they used to be?
You're suddenly remembering a tale about how when you were talking to Chauvelin and Temin earlier, she mentioned that they
Yeah.
worshipped older figures that were cast out before the Dominion assumed power. Maybe they
Right.
worshipped this thing. Or maybe they hated it.
Between worship and hate seems quite thin.
There's only one way to find out.
Please don't poke it.
Cast legend lore. Please don't touch it.
I was gonna say we go down the stairs, but I'll touch it if you want me to.
No, don't.
We just said don't. Let's go downstairs. Stairs sounds good.
Okay.
So, you proceed down the stairs. I'm going to go ahead and debate on how to do this. Actually, you know what? Here's how we're going to do this. Hold tight, loves, as I'm going to briefly move us back to the RPO play.
Those are sharp teeth.
You proceed down the stairs, past the glimmering teeth of this statue. The stairs incline themselves, but down one flight, and then another, and then another, and finally down the fourth flight. And as you approach the bottom, well, for one, it's lit. Down here, there are braziers along the walls, only a few of them, that are all glowing with this soft blue flame. As you proceed down a hallway, you find in front of a large doorway leading to a large open atrium of a room, two smaller versions of that same statue on either side of the doorway, with a brazier of blue flame in front of them.
Very pretty. Two doors, you said?
You move through, and as you enter in this large atrium room, it's unlike the walls of the previous level, which were more Spartan and spare for decoration. This room, these walls are covered in inscriptions and wordings. Zanari admits you guys go to work immediately trying to figure out what's written on these walls, obviously, I assume.
Yep.
Well, it's a history. A much more detailed history of the path of the bladed soul. A lot of it's similar to what you read in that scroll earlier, Zanari. Couple changes, though. Especially in the early parts. You see, when the caretakers came to reign and supplicated the god beasts, there were those who were unsure how long this peace would last. The caretakers held dominion over the god beasts, not just through supplication, as the tales say, but to the mind of those who walked the path, they held it through fear. An artifact, a thing of immense power, and its twin. Those two artifacts were of such immense power that even the great god beasts bent themselves and sent themselves to rest so as to not be slewn by them. And in the end, when the war came to ravage all of Zor'aa, when the Dominion split itself in the Severance Wars, the caretakers were not simply gone through all this. They were at war themselves with those who walked the path. For in the end, they could not decide what to do with these objects of great power. The caretakers wanted to simply venerate them, save them, use them as a deterrent should the god beast ever waken. But those who walked the path saw everything as a weapon. They knew that using this power, they could slay the great god beasts, end their threat, break the cycle. Okay. Thanks for the gifted subs. Thanks, Embry.
Hey, thanks.
Super appreciate
I
it.
just saw you flinch.
My headphones are the notification is so loud for me, so I was like, oh fuck.
It's hilarious.
I was so in character, it broke me entirely. I'm so sorry. Thanks, Embry. Anyway, and so they went to war with the caretakers, those who walked the path. The fate of these objects is not truly known, but it is said that one of them, or both perhaps, ended up in the care of those who walked the path. And with it, they forged two weapons of godly power. That's mostly where the tale ends. You're all looking at this room and get the sense that if all the functions of this temple were still working as intended, this room would have been, well, an encounter of some kind, if I was going to put a word out there. But due to either the luck of the draw or your GM's laziness, nothing seems to happen as you run.
Due to budget constraints.
Due to budget constraints, nothing happens as you pace this room. But you do make your way further down the hall. And as you approach, seeing another split, on one end of this far, long hallway is a doorway. On the other is an open space, a room, a large brazier on one end, lit with blue flame and lighting it. This is not like the funeral room from previously. Instead, there are two large plinths on either side of this room. Zanari, as you're approaching this room, you start hearing a tale. A story. The words start spilling out of your mouth from someone else's voice, almost. I learned the truth of the path. I learned what we just had chosen to do. All this time spent tempering our souls. All this time spent finding balance. We have been stagnant. We could do more. We must. But I was foolish. I should have kept to the path. I overreached. I cast out those who were supposed to be my family. Cut them down, one at a time. Stole their power for my own. That's the true way of the path. To impart a soul into a weapon. To strengthen it. My time here is not long. They will come for me. But you will fulfill my mission. You will make them see. And they will forgive us then. And as you come out of the story, you see the two plinths. On one side is seated not two, but a pair of gauntlets. The fingers are open, so there's no covering of the fingers. But they are golden in nature and have in the middle of each reverse wrist an inset where a gem might go. On the other plinth is a space for a weapon, but no actual weapon is there. The silhouette carved into the plinth is a long, curved scimitar.
I mean, that could be any scimitar, right? Does the one that Zanari have on her hip look a very similar style to, say, the workmanship of the gauntlets?
Oh, sorry, excuse me. I said a scimitar. I meant, like, I should have clarified that by a scimitar I meant the more traditional definition of, like, the curved blade at the end of a long polearm.
Ah, okay. Polearm one.
Exactly. I
Mhm.
got what you were talking about.
Yeah.
Okay.
I got
Yep.
you.
Yep.
So, Zanari, what are you thinking?
I mean, they've heard everything that I've
Yeah,
said
you
through
all
this,
heard
like
Zanari
through
spill
this
out this story.
voice.
Yep.
Yeah,
It's a
she
man's voice,
just
by
kind
the
of
way.
like falls out of it. That's never going to get easier.
Hmm.
All I can think is one thing, you all. Kali.
Yeah.
Does the shape of that weapon remind Wolf of the spear thing he was intimately close with, uncomfortably so?
Uncomfortably so. Yes.
Right.
Cool.
Well,
It's like she already has one of them. How?
Wonder how that happened.
well, I mean, I like to brag that we won that fight once, but she did run away. It's entirely possible she could have taken both of the monks upstairs. These blade soul monks.
Or just based on that story, she was of the path at some point, or someone dear to her was part of the path at some point.
Possibly.
And didn't have to fight those two.
Yeah. I wonder if maybe Radash was.
Radash
Could
is
have
who I
been.
pegged. Hmm.
Perhaps. Didn't she mention something about her father? Some
It's
one
true.
point?
She
Some
did.
point, yes. It just by the story, it sounded more ancestral. It sounded more ancient than just the current times that Radash is.
Yeah, that makes more sense.
Not that the martial artists known for their flying blades would make a spear and gauntlets, but they might have had multiple styles. Who knows? Wolf is going to expect these gauntlets just as like a warrior and be like, all right, what are these for? I don't know what you had me roll for that, but just
You know, don't roll anything. Instead, enjoy the gauntlets you're now wearing.
oh, they just jump on him.
As you approach and grab them, they
I mean, he wasn't gonna touch them, but
you
sure.
approach them, but the mechanics on them unfold and just leap onto your arms and then close in. They
Wolf
fit
might
perfectly.
actually panic rage to like make his arms pause just because he's like, nope, don't
Oh, that's
like
the
that.
thing.
They,
So you're used to the feeling of your conqueror's axe, where it overcomes you with this feeling of triumph or confidence.
yeah.
It's the opposite almost here. As these gauntlets close their way around your arms, you feel serene, calm, a genuine calm settles over you for maybe one of the first times in your life. I should mention, these gauntlets fit perfectly.
Like even as I shift, they kind of shift with me.
It's almost like they were made for you.
Oh, that's not creepy at all. Are you okay, Wolf?
Yeah, this feels great actually. He's like sort of inspecting them. I mean, I didn't want to call dibs or anything on these, but
I mean, they were gonna go to you, I think, no matter what.
yes, but it was my opinion that if we have to face Kali again, she's likely to signal me out, and having something to go toe to toe with her on that seems appropriate.
Yeah.
Oh, it is missing something. Yeah.
Yeah, he still had like the paws on for a second, so he like just taps on the inside of this thing with the where the gem's supposed to go with the claw. Just
Huh. That's interesting.
however, these are still quite useful.
Does the inset kind of look like the shape of the gems on Mitz and
Yeah.
Z?
Similar, yes.
That's
has to
not
get
an
all the
uncommon
infinity
cut of
stones.
gem, though.
Sorry.
Fucking clap instead of snap, and that'll erase Collie.
Fucking the Infinity Gauntlets, that's alright.
I mean, we've got 3 gems now. There's Z's gem, Mitz's gem, and I've got this blood gem. Hold up the javelin. We just need, what, two more?
Yeah.
What
Maybe.
reference are you making? It doesn't exist in this universe.
Well, I'm honestly just checking to see if the blood gem, like, I'm looking at the blood gem and looking at the thing thinking, is that?
You did cut that in the right shape. The shape it's in now, you did make
I
it that shape.
I didn't
remember?
cut it. I made the javelin around it.
Yep. It's not the right size, you don't think. The inset isn't right.
Good.
Mitz is like, I don't
Yeah,
want to
it's okay,
put my
give it up.
hand. It's like I don't want
Don't
to
worry
have
about
to
No, it's fine.
hold on to his wrist all the time.
It's at this point you all would notice there is still that one last door to go through.
This is most likely the thing we came for, but
Hmm.
last secret?
Yeah.
Last secret.
Maybe.
Why not?
Just as a precaution, can you, or would you like to scout? I mean, you don't have to. Just
Manifests and just says, I'll give it a go. Flies up to the door, stops, and I can't.
Hmm.
It's not magic.
That's more concerning.
I don't know how to explain this. This door goes wherever this door goes. It's not in this reality.
Of course it is.
As you're all looking at the door, Ploy, I think as the person thinking it, you'd notice the most. Those 4 poses? They're on the door.
Oh, guys, this is the moment. We gotta do the poses, and then the door will open.
I mean, it's not the weirdest door opening trigger we've seen.
It's not. Hey, I might actually be right for once. I always get one right answer in every dungeon. I think this is my one.
This is it. Let's give it a shot.
All right, do we see any marker on the floor where we should start?
There are 4 insets where pairs of feet should be in the floor. Not too far, but like in front of you guys. Yes.
so 4 of us need to be occupied with the poses. Maybe.
Mm-hmm.
I think so.
Who would like to take
I can
a pose?
open the door just in case something bad happens when that goes
Ploy
on.
will Ploy will
Sounds
take a
good.
pose.
I'll take a pose.
I'll take a pose.
I'll take a pose. I'm
The-
squishy.
So you go to take the pose. Ploy, you go for the first one you saw, that sort of slicing motion, which Zanari and Mitz, from having looked at the scroll, you all would know that as sword. Zanari, you go for the sort of thrusting forward with both hands, which you would know from reading as spear. Mitz, you force both of your hands out to the side. Tell me I didn't bump the mic.
You good?
You're fine.
Yes. Okay, thank
We're
God.
good.
Okay. And you would know that from reading as dagger. And Mako, your final pose is the one you saw, the countering pose with the sort of coming down of the hand. And you wouldn't know, but the rest of you would know from looking at that as axe. So you are in the 4 positions of the Way of the Bladed Soul, the 4 basic stances at least: sword, dagger, spear,
Like
and
Ida.
axe. And as you take those stances, blue light glows in the middle of the door, and it splits open. There's this haze of off blue light in the doorway that you can't see beyond.
Portal shit. Well, Wolf would open the door but not step through, and like just gesture back. One of you step off and see if it stays open.
Yeah. Floyd's gonna take a step off the.
Stays open.
All right. If everyone wants to prepare, Wolf is gonna like kind of put a hand up in front of this blue mist and then like stick a hand in and pull it out.
It's fine. Nothing happens.
Yeah, okay, well let's go in then.
All right.
He picked his left hand, his last favorite hand, for a reason.
You all step through. Light and sort of star twinkle kind of clusters around you all for a bit. And as it settles, you all find yourself in a cave, no longer in this temple. The walls aren't really there, though. It's almost like you're floating on an island. And around you, above and below and all around, is this curtain of stars. This space you're in, this feeling. It feels familiar to Zanari and Mitz, to a degree. And as you're settling into this feeling, you see, ahead of you, floating above a large pit, is this altar. And in the middle of this altar, a large, bright blue gem in the shape of one of the insets on Wolf's gauntlets. Interestingly enough, though, you all aren't alone there. As you are looking, you notice another figure directly in front of you. He is dressed in a similar manner to the Blade Soul monks you were encountering outside, with that ceremonial garbage around him. He does have two sharp metal shoulder pads on his side and a garland of decorated jewels around his belt. You wager he might have been of a higher rank of some kind, as I put your tokens on the map, excuse me. He rises from his, sort of sits up in his meditative crouch, looks at you all. Visitors, how long it's been.
Tries not to be intimidated by this weird space, and hail and well met, friend. We didn't expect the door to lead here.
Can I vibe check? Because friend, not sure about that one.
Yep.
It's always better to present a smile before mauling somebody.
True.
Ploy, the
22.
emotion he's giving off is just pristine, serene calm. No aggression is present in his tone. No motion in his stillness. Complete focus.
Gotcha.
This space is sacred. None are supposed to be here. You have braved the temple to come this far?
Wolf puts his hands behind his back a little bit. Yeah.
Then you seek the gem.
I guess so.
Not necessarily. We're told there's a powerful weapon against the god beasts. We've heard some of the philosophy of the way, which I assume you follow, that we agree with some. Now may be the time that we need to use these weapons against the god beasts. There's unfortunately another who has been less respectful with these weapons.
If you seek the weapon, then you seek the gem.
I see.
Show me those hands of yours, werewolf.
Wolf is more surprised that he knows what a werewolf is, and yeah. As the beefiest one, he'll walk right up to this guy and just sort of present these gauntlets.
He looks, sees that you have them on, and just says, God Killer. So you have finally found your purpose.
It's taken my people many generations to do so.
The gauntlets are a vessel. The power lies in the gem. If you seek it, then you seek the death of the god beast. You seek the death of Shem. He rises, slowly coming to stand up. And he's a little bit shorter than you, but he's still, tall, proud height, Sithani individual standing in front of you. And if you are the God Killer, the rest of you are the rest of the fabled folk. And which of you is the storyteller?
That'd be me.
Have you told them my tale yet?
I think so.
Then do you know who I am?
Hello's friend. Some of us are less quick on their wits than our storyteller.
I don't know your name, but I do know who has come after you.
You know of my daughter.
Mhm.
Then you all know. In truth, those who follow our path grew timid. They feared what would happen should the god beast's reign over this world come undone. They grew pensive, thinking. There needed to be more. If you have told my tale, then you know of what I've done, what I did. I fed one of our great weapons with even more souls. I offered it my kin. And in the end, when they came for me, I offered it myself and left it to her. Do you think you are the first to try and bend fate, God Killer? Any of you? You all might have been told you were chosen, but you are certainly not the first to believe you are such. Do you believe you were the first to try and kill a god beast?
No.
Only the first to succeed.
And in that you are certainly, well, at least partially correct. I shall keep this simple. A millennia spent in this prison has seen me ornery. The gods placed me here after I fiddled with their plans a bit too much. And what I saw to be my own fate became inconvenient for them. My soul is split in two. One half within the weapon my dear Kali bears. The other half here, guarding this gem. If you wish to take it. He twitches an eyebrow, just barely, and a row of blades spin up in an arc behind him. About 24 of them. Then you will have to take them from me.
Those are not your blades to wield, are they?
They are not. I took them from the brothers and sisters who walked the path, who made the ultimate sacrifice, so I could make the ultimate folly. Tell me now, those who have seen the stink of destiny about you, who have twisted fate to suit yourselves, tell me, do you believe your will can overcome all of ours?
I'm not sure. I think it has to.
Then our test begins. And darlings,
Let's find out, shall we?
for one last time tonight, I'm gonna need you all to roll me some initiative.
Do it.
Boy.
Oh.
I have advantage though
Oh.
as
Uh-oh.
barbarian.
Oh shit. Okay, let me see what I get. It's gonna be like a 5, guys. Just wait. Just wait. Oh wait, it's
5
not a
guys.
disadvantage anymore. But just wait. Oh my god, 5 guys. No, 8. I was close.
Yeah.
Excuse me, I'm
All
looking
right.
for.
That just means I get to think about what I'm gonna do for longer.
There we
I
go.
have no
what's your
fucking clue.
dex?
Huh?
What's your
Alright.
dex? Because we've both
My
rolled nat
dex
20s.
is 18.
Mine's also 18.
Oh,
So
well,
what
You
do
can
you
just
do
choose
now?
now.
roll off.
All right, roll off. D20.
Or just choose.
Or just
you
choose.
guys
That's also
don't
fine.
care who goes first.
I mean.
Oh.
Wow. Okay.
Goddamn.
It's all you.
Well,
All right.
all of my luck used up in this stupid initiative roll.
Yeah.
Mako, why don't I see you on initiative on the
I don't think I had my thing clicked.
All right,
when
go ahead.
I,
Go ahead and add itself. I'll just put you in with the same thing as play.
I also don't see the turn order.
I'm gonna close it and reopen it.
There it is.
I see it.
I see it now.
Cool. All right.
That's much less impressive.
That's fine. I'll give you the number you had. 24, was it?
Mhm.
All right. Let me put you back in. Let me set the mood with some dope-ass music. And let's get right into our final combat.
Hey,
Wow.
All right.
Mako, you're up.
wrong button.
All right. Mako is going to pull out his hand crossbow and take a shot.
Go for it.
Whoops.
17 is going to miss. And you'll have to allow me 1 second. I'm sorry. I'm checking for something real quick. And you are... Where are you, Mako? Okay, you're fine. Nothing happens. So yeah, you shoot out your crossbow, and like again, just like with a twitch of the head, a single blade just comes out and cuts the bolt in half. Anything else for you,
No,
Mako?
you wouldn't make this easy for us.
Ploy.
Um,
Sorry, go ahead. Anything else?
yeah, I'll take. That's the end.
Cool. Ploy, go ahead.
Okay. So Ploy's gonna just walk over to the side and once again just cast Ensnaring Strike at level 1 and start off with the Bloody Javelin with the other 2 charges.
Oh, for context, this would have been it's disadvantaged for both. It would have been for both of y'all, by the way. But
Okay.
the 19 still hits.
All right.
So I will still give you crit damage even though you roll for disadvantage because of the way his ability works. So you still get the crit damage even though you didn't actually roll the crit. So
Okay.
it's 11 plus the 5 is what's that? 14? 16. 16.
I also get. Hold on, let me read this. I get an extra. Yeah, I get to roll an additional damage dice
Mhm.
for the extra piercing damage because of Piercer.
Yep.
So that's another D6.
Go ahead.
Piercing. Yep.
Hey, maximum extra damage.
Yep. So that's what's that? 16 minus plus 6 more is 21.
22.
Plus 22, yeah. Plus the
Yeah.
necrotic is 6 plus 4 is 10, and then you still get your 1 more D8 necrotic damage.
Oh, okay.
So that's 10 plus 22 is 32, plus another D8.
And you hit him good.
Yeah, you sure did. Give me damage.
Oh, another D8?
Yes. Hurry up.
Okay. It's another 2.
So that's 36.
Okay, yeah.
So yeah, your javelin just strikes directly in like the shoulder pad, You see it dig in and like start to spread out that black material, and he kind of just again pulls it, throws it to the ground. Just impressive. Anything more?
Oh, ensnaring strike.
Ah, yes. Strength check.
Yep.
Oh, that applies for strained, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
So you go to the vines come up and start like reaching up out of the ground. With a very slight hop, he just jumps and lands on top of the pile of vines as they collapse around him. He's being restrained.
Okay. In that case, I'm gonna throw one of the mummy javelins.
Go for it. The 9 misses.
Ooh.
All right.
And
that's it.
You are, yeah, so you're good. So I guess it's him now then, huh?
Yep.
So yeah, he says, so he kind of looks at you all as you're swinging out these attacks. You know, he takes the javelin, does some blocking, and just, very well then. Let us begin the lesson. He starts off just looking at the person right in front of him, honestly, and he'll go with, yeah, he'll do the thing he's gonna start off with, just pretty simply. Actually, you know what? Start off with the hard one. He'll start gathering and swelling all of his blades together, and he'll just,
He better before I have a chance to rage.
this will not be light. And he will surge forward. All of these blades come torrenting at you all like a cavalcade. As I need, effectively, Wolf, Zanari, technically Net would also take it. No, Net will move the play, so Net's over there as play. So Wolf, Zanari, and Mitz, I need you all to take Dex saving throws.
Oh no.
I have advantage. Why is it not rolling?
Wait, what?
Oof.
Oh, Dex. I was like, what do you mean that's safe?
No, not
oh my
Dex.
god.
Dex.
I was like, what the
Yeah.
fuck?
No,
Don't
Dex.
move right off.
You
Oh,
just
okay.
fucking
Just
die.
die.
Oh my god.
All
I
right.
was like,
Well,
I haven't even gone yet.
you all. So let's see. You all fail.
Yeah.
So you're gonna all take. Let's see. Let me roll the damage real quick. Give me a second.
I think we also have the +2s from purple as well.
It wouldn't save us.
There's
Yeah,
one
I
for-
just
I know.
don't know.
Just a reminder.
I
just a
doubt.
reminder.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
But thank you.
the 31 piercing damage.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah,
That's
Mitz is
fine.
not happy right now. Ha 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 ha.
And for those of you who are at the edge of this sort of pool, you think you're about to like fall back into like a void and like you're gonna fall off the edge and to your inevitable deaths. You don't. Almost like there's solid air beneath you. You just step and are blown back.
Is Wolf also blown back then?
Yes, 10 feet.
Ah.
And with that, it will, or he will, end his turn. Just Wolf.
Excellent. Yeah, Wolf like breaks his neck, like pops his neck and everything. Just death. Yeah, Wolf is gonna wanna
Do it
fucking
once.
rage, and yeah, he's gonna go claws this time,
Bring it.
as he just wants to test these gauntlets out, and just right up in his grill, and we're going to do a tripping attack for the first one.
At advantage, go ahead. Well, I guess
Although I'm
normally-
gonna reckless attack, yeah.
So normally, 14's a miss, and you are within threat range, so a thing's gonna happen.
Okay. Does that happen between attacks, or can I finish attacks
Go ahead,
first?
finish a second. It only happened once for the miss attacks. Go ahead, it's only once per turn.
Oh,
Still a miss.
it's unlucky.
Oh, come on.
Ugh.
Oof.
Oh dear.
Yeah, it's rough. But this happens. Somebody just take a dexterity or constitution saving throw. Either one.
No Constitution.
You're good. As you are like slicing and slashing at him, he is again with the minimal movement possible, just dodging your attacks. And every time he moves, a blade follows up. It's like he's almost perfectly syncing his attacks to like find the slips in your guard. But you are like keeping your these like new gauntlets up as you're slashing, and like they just start clashing against the gauntlets, so you take no damage.
Yeah, it's very boxer stance, I think. He's almost like going tavern brawling at this point.
Anything else?
Technically cannot use my bonus action.
Oh, Chloe's gonna just yell at you. Get away from him if you can. Just get some space.
Duck and weave, duck and weave.
And if that's the case, Wolf has like a metric ton of movement. He is just going to sort of back up and take whatever opportunity attack might come.
You will take the one opportunity attack if you'll allow me to roll it, which I'm going to do now. Wait, that's the wrong guy, sorry. My bad. Too many character sheets.
Thankfully, we didn't see it. We don't have...
Oh. Wolf.
I mean, yeah, 20.
Half 16.
All right. But yeah, that's all I got.
All right. Mitz, it's on you.
All right. Z is next to me, right?
Yes, Zenar should be next to you because the blue like 10 feet because of the crash. Yes.
Okay.
Oh, oop.
In case then Wolf would be a little farther back, but
Got it. Mitz is going to once again cast Chariot, but right underneath them.
Okay, go for it.
All right. I don't need to do anything because we have it. Yeah. Yeah. So Mitz is also going to designate besides herself. She's
Dead,
going to
please.
She's going to designate Z, Mako, and Wolf as being
safe from
not
it.
safe from it. Yeah. So and cast it right underneath them. So okay, not Wolf, but underneath Z and Mitz.
There you go.
Yes. And if they need to be away from it, let's see. There's 50 feet worth of speed plus 40 feet of flying. So Mitz and Z are actually going to float up 40 feet into the air.
You're
Yeah.
up 40 feet in the air. Is that
All right, that's
Hey.
it.
It's on you.
Oh no.
Tell me if you want me to move the chariot forward because there's still 50
Yeah,
feet.
because I need some range. I need to be within 30 feet. That's what I was gonna do.
Okay, Mitz will
We can assume
move
you-
the,
yeah.
the.
We can assume you didn't fly that far. It's okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm just saying.
For
Oh
the sake
no.
of time, let's keep it going.
Okay. We're gonna bonus action, determine tail, just to see what I get. Because who knows? It might be helpful. To...
Ah, it's not the one I wanted.
I know exactly
I
which
was
one.
hoping now was the time.
Anyway.
I was hoping
Okay,
now
no,
was the time.
it's the tale of the warrior. So I talked about a renowned duelist. Particularly this time, the kind of head of the Wanderers that I talked to so many sessions ago. But okay, so I can't bestow that yet because that's not going to be my action. Oh, we're going to get weird. We're going to get weird, you
Yeah,
guys.
weird.
I am going to look at him with the most intense focus and zen that I can possibly muster in this moment and try to cast Modify Memory on him.
Yeah.
I need a
Alright.
wisdom save.
Okay. Wisdom
So-
save coming up.
He's probably gonna make it, but you never know.
Boop.
Ooh.
No fucking way. No fucking way.
14's a miss.
What are you gonna do to him?
Okay.
Oh, wait,
Okay.
hold up, actually, hold up. No, it rolled properly. Yeah, he missed it.
Okay.
Oh.
So first of all, I'm seeing that like once something fails in save, they become like basically incapacitated and just unaware of their surroundings. So as soon as I see that daze start to hit, I tell everybody, do not hit him. Just hold back for a second. And if nobody hits him for the next minute, so the next 10 rounds, I would like to rewrite the moment that he found this moment of intense calm and focus. just by saying you were never able to find this, because how could somebody take all of this power for such an immense folly and be able to live with themselves for an eternity, for however long you've lived? How can you justify this and sleep at night and still be able to fight with the way that you have completely bastardized? And just continue to like weave that story for the next minute. To maybe just
him off his
entirely
game.
break that focus. And yeah, so just 10-minute span mechanically is all that you can take. But yeah, to take at least 10 minutes like of that exact moment that he found that eternal zen or whatever.
If no one's going to attack him, then I'll let that time pass.
I mean, Wolf will do what he is
Wolf
told,
would-
but definitely be ready.
Yeah, y'all have 10 rounds to do whatever the
Yeah.
fuck you want.
So, I'll come to what you guys are doing to prep in a moment, but while this is happening, Zanara, you are inside this soul construct's mind, tearing through his memories, his serene calm. The place you find yourself settling in is in the moment of his death, when he bequeaths the weapon to Kali, bearing it his soul, saying, "Take this and do better than me." And you start physically almost conversing with him as you try to rewrite the memory, turn that moment of calm into a moment of realization. And there's this linkage between the two of you. You feel his thoughts, his feelings, his emotions in that moment and beyond it. And he feels yours. Feels that disgust for Kali. And it's almost like as a consequence of your newfound godly abilities, this spell's a bit more powerful than you intended. And where you peer into his memory and mind, he peers into the relevant parts of yours. So where you make him see his memory of Kali, the last thing he sees, his little girl, which he leaves this pole arm and says, "Change things." He sees the Kali you know, the butcher, the wrathful, the murderer. He sees you in the temple. First, his own memories of it thriving and full of monks, training and talking and learning, dancing together. Then he sees, as you saw it, desolate, abandoned, dead. And you all watch at the end of this minute and a half, 10-minute or so period, as you're preparing whatever you're preparing, as this man, still mostly incapacitated, whispers, "What has my daughter done?"
She's done the worst I've probably ever seen. Now you've seen it.
I thought Kali would break the cycle, kill Shem, undo all of this. But I've taught her so wrong.
Can we hear this conversation? Or is
Yes.
this happening in...
You can all hear it.
Okay. Hmm.
The monks, they're all gone. I thought, after I was killed in retribution for my crimes, that she would understand that stealing our power is not the way. She must have gone further than I could ever have imagined. She must have killed them all. What have I done?
Uh, Wolf is still currently raging and has exactly 0 chill. He's You've made a violent, dangerous woman who served short-sighted, selfish despots instead of actively doing the thing you taught her to do. You taught her to hunt a god beast. She decided to serve Emirs. You don't need to be defined by her decision to move away from that.
He closes his eyes for a second. I can feel it now through that lingering half of my soul. All the people she's put to death with that blade. All the souls that have now become part of her collection. Mayhap this is retribution. I tried to change fate. And clearly that was not my calling. It is yours. And now, with everything that I did to try and break that cycle, may end all of us. The power of the way of the bladed soul is absorption. To take a soul and force it into a weapon. We normally do so willingly, passing on our essence into another. But Kali has snatched the souls of every blade soul monk in Zor'aa, minus those that are left. And she won't stop there. Kali will kill a god beast. She'll absorb its soul into her blade. She'll use that power to try and kill Shem. Kill all of them. I have brought the end of this world.
Not yet.
Perhaps not yet. His blades settle into a circle around him. You have proven yourselves worthy of the path. You are not monks, but the gifts of this temple, looks back at the large gem behind, all of them are yours. I pray you use it well, God Killer. And to the rest of you, what we see as the path is but one linear fragment of an endless prism that is fate. Find your path. And failing that, make it. And lastly, stop her. Please. Fix the sins I have yet to atone for, even after all this time.
Try our best. One more thing. Because the tale didn't mention your name. What is your name?
The last name I was known as was Soren. If you are to carry anything in the tales, carry only that. The name of a fool who tried to overstep fate.
Even when the gods meddle with fate, it doesn't always end the way that they wish.
I sense you would know most of that at this point. Take your gem. Return to your soldiers. Do what you need. My remit is to remain here. An eternity of thinking. For a simple folly.
Wolf is just gonna, as close as he can get to a polite bow. He didn't really take a lot of martial arts with his father, so he's like his closest approximation to that sort of situation.
He
And
offers
yeah,
a
just
very
sort of walk past him to the gem.
he offers a very crisp bow in response. And as you approach this floating altar, the gem starts floating back towards you. And as it gets to just about within the range of your hands, it splinters, breaks, and becomes two small gems, which float and rest themselves in the inverse insets on your gauntlets. Where before you felt calm, pristine peace, now you feel power.
I mean, like, Wolf doesn't have stuff to say about that. He's just sort of filling it out. It's a very like internal emotional thing of like, is this fine? Is this okay?
Yeah, you don't feel any overbearing urge to like murder anything or anything. You just feels power surge through you.
No, it's just a collie thing. You know what?
Oh, you know, he's a little wary after the accident and the one time a beacon made him go murder people, so he's. This is also very neutral for him of just, does like the internal part of him enjoy it? And I think too much or not enough. And I think he comes to a very neutral conclusion of like, it is just power. And he's like,
As you're settling into this, you need not thank me. This power was always meant to be yours. And as he says this, you all can start feeling the ground of this platform you're on. Well, those of you that are on the ground, some of you are still in the air in a chariot. But those of you on the ground, you start feeling the ground rumble a bit. Shem will awaken soon. Go now. Prepare yourselves. When the time comes, you know what you must do, yes?
yes.
Then go. I will be watching you from here.
Would you like to come with us?
I am not capable. The gods said so themselves.
Zanari?
Yeah, I'm like already giving it's the look. Like, I mean, we have, you know, a little bit of divinity about us.
Wolf might walk over and be like, I
If you
think that
would
maybe
like.
we should let the old soldier die. He's been
I'd like
dead
to give
for
him the choice,
a
though.
lifetime already.
Yeah.
I agree. The choice.
If you'd like to leave this place, you don't have to come with us, but we can try to get you out.
He cocks his head, spends some time thinking, and then eventually says, I have been dead for far too long for that. Though your kindness is appreciated, this knowledge of what my young collie has done, it has given me much to think about. I sense I will need much more time in this place to ponder what the universe has in store for me. But as I am already tied to this gem and the power it holds, mayhap a part of me will go with the God Killer, the same way a part of me is with the blade she still wields. If you all could do such, I'd be honored.
I'll carry it proudly.
You have my thanks.
Yeah, there's not a door, so Wolf doesn't know how to leave. But
He kind of starts to wave a hand, and you can start to feel yourselves shift a bit. Like everything kind of begins to feel less real around you.
And as we're fading away back to reality, Um,
Don't you fucking do it!
what?
Not you.
Is
Dan.
it song? Dan's about to sing.
Jesus Christ. Z is going to hold her hand up for just a small distance as the spectral form of the warrior appears in front of him to continue his dance as she bestows the story of the warrior on him.
Oh, fuck, that's really sweet, actually. He very, very warmly offers a nod back, and the last thing you all see before you are back in the temple is him settle into just a very, very firm stance, and the blades begin to just spiral around him in a dance.
Hey, Foxy, can you check? I sent you a.
You're not gonna ask to make another cake again, are you?
You know what? No, let's do it.
Okay.
Before we do it, I'm gonna ask you, do you want to do this?
Yeah. So, as everything is fading, Floyd's gonna call out, "Wait! Not yet. No, sorry. We would like to walk the path."
He looks at you, and then over at Net. A strong bond. Clumsily forged, but tempered. Strong. Fervent. Devoted. This one would give its soul for you.
Yes. She would not leave. She would stay here until I accepted.
Then you have learned the one true lesson of the path. It is not sacrifice, but a gift. A blessing upon the one you love so much your soul calls to them. Net quietly shuffles his way forward a little bit. This man in front of you all, Soren, holds his hand up. You all see Net begin to glow, like beneath his skin and scales, just this effervescent light begin to pile up all around him as he holds his head up, this contented look on his face. Small particles of light begin to make their way off of his body. From behind Soren, this spinning spiral of blades. Not just 8 random ones, but 8 specific blades from his personal collection move forward. And as Net becomes fully this blue light, these blades glow a similar blue. And as this wisps of energy lifts high off of the ether, Net is no longer there. But these blades, they move forward, surrounding you, Ploy, dancing in a slow circle around you. You lift your hand and a few spin around your palm. You hold another arm out and a few dance down your arm and circle your head. And finally, they settle. That necklace of teeth you've been wearing. They form a perfect row of bladed beads just above it. And you feel a solemn warmth. He is chosen. And you are one of us now.
I am.
I pray you bear this name better than I did. Though I sense, with a soul like yours, I have little to worry.
I didn't want to let him do it. But he wouldn't take no for an answer.
He will be your strength from here. Your blade. He will cut through your darkness. He will guide you. Carry him well.
I will.
You all best go now. And within a wave, after a few minutes of silence, you all find yourselves back in the temple. The wind, it's rustling. The only company you have. I think I actually would like it if we end there, if it's okay with everybody.
Yeah, I think that's a pretty good spot to end, actually.
We'll,
I think that's the best spot.
yeah.
Yeah, probably.
We'll assume you all head out of the temple, and Mitz, you have your conversation with the Blade Soul monks outside. They decide, they agree to have the intent spell set so that they can decide who will come forward. And they say to you, young bladed soul, that should you ever feel like you wish to learn, there's a place for you to study. This is as much your home as it is theirs now. You all travel by Wyvern calmly back to base. You fill in Temin, and Shah, and Nikali, and Joshua, and the rest. You give them what you know. And as you tell them, or perhaps you don't tell them, the finality of what happened, Nikali does notice you are short one number. And does not ask many questions. But as you approach, she wraps you in a very strong hug, Pulley. I'm sorry.
It was not my choice to make.
Then I'm sure he's happy he made it. The last thing I'll give you all, just to give us a little bit of a reset, is an ending scene. As I assume you might want some time to rest and process things. And don't get me wrong, I will definitely give you all time to talk through what just happened before next session. Don't get me wrong. But the scene will end on, takes place not long after you have shared everything you knew with Nikali and the rest. In the command den, Nikali talks with the group. Shah and Temin, and even Secrets is there. He's doing it again. Yes, but I think he's, certainly a bit more focused than usual, Secrets says. Shah says, I've never seen him this spirited, frankly. Nikali turns and just... Alright, one more time. Where in the gods' names are you going? Joshua, who has a bag packed for travel, turns, and with a stern look says, back to that damn temple, and then to Al-Sal, and then I'll kill Kali myself. And we'll end there. This has been a Seven Sons episode that I didn't think would end on the emotional level that it did.
Right?
I know, it's like, okay, I'm just gonna cry every episode now.
Yeah,
Fine.
I didn't think that was gonna happen, but we'll talk
Look,
about
we
it in a
already
little
turned
bit.
Big Boss Fight into therapy TMCR.
Yeah, we'll talk about it in a little bit. I guess real quick, I have been Young Foxxii, your host for the for this duration of the show. But I'll let my players go one more time and tell us who they are, who they've been, and how they, where they can be found at, what they're doing, and then we'll get us out of here. So, one more time, go ahead and tell people who you are. Mako Sky, the caretaker.
Hey, I'm Dan. I played Mako Sky, the possessed suit of armor rogue. And if you want to find me for whatever reason, I have a Twitter at twitter.com/landthedan. I'm in one of our other campaigns, which is wrapping up soon. Time TBA. But it will be on a Sunday where we play Neon Lights in Night City, or Neon Night City Lights, as it was later changed to. Where I play Dr. Huckabee the medtech, who keeps everyone else alive because they can't be trusted to do that themselves.
I sure as fuck can't.
Absolutely not.
Actually,
No
can't say
one.
anything about that.
Yeah, no, I have to remind your character to eat.
You're not wrong about that either.
Fair enough. In which case,
But anyway, you can also find me hanging around our Discord.
Mhm.
We have a Discord.
We have a Discord. We'll talk about that in a little bit. Keeping it moving, go ahead and say hello and or goodbye to the people. Miss Tunquaddle, the Order Keeper.
Hey, I'm Michelle. I played Mitz, our Quaddle Folk Wizard. Got it right this time. Not the
Don't
Wizard
say
Folk.
Quaddle Wizard.
Quaddle Wizard.
A wizard
Okay.
folk.
Shush, shush, shush. Don't try to find me on social media except maybe Discord, which I also kind of occasionally go on. So maybe, well, yeah, you
He's on the
can find me on
Discord
Discord.
quite a bit.
Yeah, that one. You can also find me at here. Also in the Cyberpunk campaign. But we're finally. I'm sorry for all the freaking delays. But you will find me here Thursday at 8 p.m. for A Blade's Will, Alliance of Heaven.
Finally happening.
Finally.
Ideally,
Sorry.
assuming things happen. Don't worry, I'm gonna make it happen. I swear. I promise.
So long as another freak tornado does not land, we're all good.
Oh yeah, that did happen.
Yeah. Feels like forever ago.
Right.
I mean,
It's anything.
Yes.
Also, like in 2021.
We'll keep it moving and go ahead and say, assuming you're doing all right over there, go ahead and let everybody know who you're doing and how you doing. Ploy, the Huntmaster.
Hey, yeah, I'm Lucian. I've played Ploy and Net, our pair of lizards, one giant, one folk.
Oh god, I'm gonna cry. Fuck. Oh god.
I'll be here for next Seven Sons episode. We'll see how that goes. And beyond that, I might start streaming again. So, follow my Twitch page.
Oh my god, he'll actually use this. Is it time? It's the once a year stream?
It is.
It's here, it's upon us.
It is.
That Destiny raise really boosted his confidence.
Oh yeah. Gotta prep for the next one again. But yeah, that's me.
Well, fair enough. Thank you for a wonderful session. Up next, go ahead and say goodbye to the folks. Zenari, the storyteller.
Hey guys, it's me, Sir Heckelot. I played Z, our Kalashtar College of Spirits bard. Holy shit, what a session. Yeah, you can find me on Twitch and Twitter and all the social medias at Sir Heckelot. I also have an itch page, and I'll be posting more games and stuff soon, hopefully. We'll see if I, make stuff and I'm not lazy. But we'll see. Other than that, you can see me tomorrow for the finale of In His Divine Name. Holy shit.
Yeah.
We're gonna die, but it's gonna be cinematic as fuck, so just be
Probably.
ready.
Glorious.
Just be ready. Other
It'll be
than
a
that,
full FMV cutscene.
this
at you.
coming week, I'm going to be in our typical module league over at TPK Roleplay, including the premiere, the big premiere of Oathsworn or Odyssey of the Dragonlord campaign. Big hype for that.
It's gonna be fun.
Kirk does an amazing job, so you're not going to want to miss it. And then our typical Tyranny of Dragons campaign. That's pretty much all I have going for the month. So, hi and bye.
Hi and bye indeed. And last of our group of players, let's go ahead and bring it on home. Say goodbye to the folks. Wolf, the God Killer.
Hey y'all, my name's Tate Washburn. I've played Wolf, the shifter beast barbarian who, it's doing pretty good after this, actually. Things are kind of turning around. He feels a little safer now. You can find me at Twitter at kinda_writing. You can find me on here. You can also find us on our Twitter account, mostly because it's a more entertaining Twitter to follow and more important, I think. I'll be on the Discord. I am also the one who runs the Neon Night City Lights campaign, which, to give a little more detail, so a week from tomorrow was when we would have had the finale, but due to some scheduling stuff, we're going to be having still a stream, still a tabletop game, just on that day we will announce when the finale is.
Yep.
So
So stay
don't
tuned.
mix it.
Don't miss it. It's
We'll also
coming
announce
up.
it on our like Twitter and stuff. But if you want to know first, definitely still be there for the same stream time as Neon Night City Lights.
In any case, last but not least, and this, I guess, I mean, what a session today, guys. Wow. Just,
Yeah, right?
yeah, I've been Young Foxxii, aka Big Foxxii, also known as your favorite fox. I was your game master today. I played people who weren't these folks, but honestly, all the great moments and intense things happened around these awesome players, as it happens every 2 weeks here in this great campaign. Again, I don't write this story. I just tie the ends together. These people here tell the story. I make it work, you know. Yeah, way to turn my like final boss fight into like a super important personal growth roleplay moment for one of you that I am so glad got to have happen. No, it's fine. I love it. I'm always here for that shit. We're gonna go ahead and get out of here though. The next place you'll see us again is tomorrow, right here at possibly a little bit later at about 1 p.m. As I just got from work for a play, I might have to miss a little move a little bit. But tomorrow, the first finale being shown on a Neon Lights Roleplay, the grand conclusion to In His Divine Name is happening. I have been prepping my ass off. I am nervous as all fuck, but I got great players. We're gonna make it fucking happen. It's gonna be awesome. That's all I gotta say about that. Other than that, stay tuned for more of this. Like Tate said, Cyberpunk finale. We got Core Hearts we're still working on. We're recording episode 3 of that pretty soon. Lots of other nonsense coming on, shenaniganery. We're officially talking about all of our Phase 2 campaigns and the things that are happening with that. So please stay tuned and
Want to
hang
know
out
more
with
about
us.
it? You got to apply as a player, and
Yeah.
then maybe you could even be in one of those guys.
Exactly.
Yeah.
You want, trust and believe me, you want part of that. So please hop on that old Discord. Come hang out. Come apply to be a player. You fill out a quick little Google form. You meet with me for about 10-15 minutes on a Discord call. I tell you you're cool. You get a blue name. It's pretty simple. So come do that. Come hang out with us. Stay tuned for more things. Thank you guys all for being awesome. I didn't know we jumped to 11 viewers somehow. I was literally so in session that I like stopped watching the view count. So thanks for 11 viewers. We're gonna go ahead and throw those viewers over to our friend DMF Saint, who is live playing some Dead by Daylight. It's a charity, not charity stream to fundraise for Saint, who's had some financial troubles and needs a little bit of help. So we're gonna go over and offer him, if nothing else, all of our love, energy, and support, because Saint is the greatest, and we love him so very much and want to make sure he's okay. So get ready for that, friendos. We're gonna throw that right over to Saint. You all have a wonderful, wonderful day. I've been Young Foxxii. We've been the Seven Sons. Take care. And
What does
Bye.
it cost us?
bye.